at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by the ladies of End Zone 2. We have Lianne. I'm sorry. Anastasia. Liesel. And Maiya. Good to see you all again.
Good to see you.
So I haven't seen Maiya since we filmed End Zone 2.
Same. I'm so happy to see you, Neil. And I'm glad that you wore that hat for us just for this auspicious occasion.
It's not just for this. No, he wears it every week.
Oh my God, amazing.
I wish. It is very warm, too. It's very cold where I am.
Oh.
So let's start from the beginning. How did all of you get involved, and what did you think? Like, how was it pitched to you? We'll start with Lianne.
Okay. I feel so lucky. I've been friends with Michael and Sophia for a few years now. And they sent me an email. They said, we're planning this thing. Here's the loose idea. Would you be interested? And I said, hell yeah. And that was basically it. And then they sent me the script and I was like, this is so exciting. I'm in, like, sign me up. How can I help?
Maiya, how did you get involved?
So I actually know Lianne because we did a tour together, which was really awesome. I met Lianne right before I came to LA, her and Aviv. Shout out Aviv. And they were like, you're going to love LA. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. And like, we were able to maintain friendship from this job where we travel on the road. So when they were looking for someone to play Linda, we kind of spoke. We'd already like lived together essentially, like in a cabin like space.
Yes.
So we knew we could cohabitate, which was important. And one time at Michael and Sophia, I fell in love with their idea and this concept. And I'd actually prepared for a horror film right before this one that didn't go. So I was like, I've watched all these movies. I'm like itching. And they were able to satisfy that itch by bringing me on. And I'm so grateful to have played the role of Linda.
Yeah, we're all happy as well. Anastasia.
So nobody else was kidnapped?
No.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so that's just me. No, I'm kidding. I played Dahlia. Well, I guess, what was my character's name even? Was it Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
There was the Mary.
Double name. I already have dyslexia, so I'm a lost cause. But so friends with Michael and Sophia for what feels like forever. And so whenever they toss me projects, I just automatically go, hell yeah, sign me up. And then, there we are. The rest is history.
Liesel, I believe you came in a little later.
Yeah, I did. I had met Michael and Sophia, but we hadn't spent much time together yet. I knew I instantly loved them, but I had only kind of met them in passing or other, larger social events. So I responded to, I think it was Michael's Facebook post saying like, hey, we need this type for a something that we can't say anything about. I just remember he said something 70s Jane Fonda. And I was like, get out of my way. I think that's my own optimism to try to submit myself to be a Jane Fonda type. But I was in there. And then as soon as we started talking, I just got really excited, even without knowing all the details from all the references that they were throwing out, the character references and the like style marker films that they sent my way. I just was like, yes, absolutely. Yes, please.
Along those lines, you talk about the films. What were some of the films that Michael and Sophia suggested you all watch to get not just the style, but also the acting style, I think.
They sent a kind of big list, right? Am I remembering that? I remember one of the ones I watched was The Long Goodbye. And I also, for the very first time, because of this project, I know I'm really late to the game, but watched the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes.
How was that?
Mind blowing. I definitely watched Black Christmas, the original, which was so good. I think I had watched Texas Chainsaw recently enough that I skipped that one. So but there were a bunch of films on that list, but I definitely paid the most attention to Black Christmas.
It's funny, Christmas was actually all over the billboards when I went out to Michael and Sophia's when we filmed End Zone 2, but not the original one.
Yeah.
That recent one.
Unfortunately.
Right.
Same as these girlies. I'd skip Chainsaw. I wish I could say that I'd watched it. I'm actually a scaredy cat, so I stuck with Black Christmas. And then there was one that was like 5 Desperate Women that I also had like reached into and to do. So that was where I stayed in my lane.
And Anastasia, did they? You probably seen most of these movies, but were there any specific ones that you hadn't seen that they asked you to watch?
I'm trying to think. I did not memorize the list that they gave us, but I do remember when we were prepping for it, I took the list for a spin, and I kind of went off the rails and decided to kind of make my character more like Sharon Tate. So I started watching a lot of Sharon Tate. So that's just kind of what was calling for my character. So and I'm kind of like, when I'm building stuff, it's like I'll end up reading the script once, but then I don't really want to know anything that my character doesn't know. So watching it at the premiere was all kinds of a surprise years later,
Yeah, we'll definitely get to the premiere, which was a highlight for me. Lancho, Sophia, Michael, these are the best people.
They're the best people.
We love you.
Right back at ya.
We also mentioned,
Wow.
shout out to Trista, who cannot be here, unfortunately, but she's busy saving dogs, I believe. So it's the first.
Oh, Trista.
And this is Sophia. She's not just Facebook user, it's Sophia. There's a part.
Trying to throw us off.
Hi from Signal 13 Pins.
Hello.
Jay's awesome.
Very cool. Yeah.
So awesome.
So, what did you think of the initial idea, and also the idea? How early was it that you knew like you wouldn't be able to use like your real names?
I think it was relatively early on. We knew I at least knew it was going to be a secret for a long time from the beginning. Did you guys?
Yeah. That was, I think right after getting like the little bit of information that I got before getting the script, it was like, and don't say anything. And also, this is sort of a long con.
And I remember
longer con, but yeah.
I remember there was a day at the cabin where we were kind of like all sitting around the table coming up with our fake names.
Oh my God. Love that day. And I feel like there was also justification. Everyone had a reasoning behind their name, which was fun. Like when I went back to look, I was like, oh yes. Like I chose alliteration. I was like, like ha ha ha, it's me, wink wink.
I chose a vaguely Irish name and I was like,
I'm still not personally willing to admit that I was in this film. I'm taking the con to the grave. You might look familiar, but it's none of your business, honestly.
So how has it been just waiting for this credit? Like you've been waiting for the film to come out and have a bigger audience. You've been waiting for even IMDb credits, like all of these different things. How has that been for you?
One thing I will say, sorry, go ahead.
You go, you talk.
Okay. One thing I'll say, like, because I feel like sometimes it actually can be very painful. And I feel like we don't always talk about that because, we're actors and we're supposed to be so grateful, and we are. But I will say this was not a painful time. I feel like other times I've waited, it's been really like, like not for the same reasons, but it's been like, will this ever happen? Will we ever like, hey, happy Kwanzaa, it's me again. Like I like, doing those painful emails of kind of being like, hey, can I get an update? What I will say, like, to Michael and Sophia's credit is I felt like they gave us updates, which was nice. I feel like I got a really good sense of what was going to happen before we started. And like, luckily enough, like I've gotten to sort of, stay in touch with social media, and it became this thing of looking forward instead of feeling like impatient for me. Like once the pandemic, obviously like, washed through, like it was just sort of like, I really began to forget that I was even an actor at all. And so when the premiere came back around, I was like, what a freaking gift. I like, man, oh, like it was a light at the end of the tunnel. And I know that wasn't intentional, but I'll say like that gave me a lot. So shout out to them.
Here.
Anyone else like the thought, for people who don't know, we filmed at the end of 2019 and then we did Smash in the beginning of 2020 and then everything closed down. So it was like, a couple years before the movie, not only is it out, but before anyone can even talk about it. So like, what is that experience like, Liesel?
I mean, I love the challenge of secrecy and not breaking the illusion of a project. I've done a lot of immersive theater. There's always an element of that, of like, is it real? Is it not? Am I involved? Am I not? The difficulty. Oh, the dog's peeing on the floor. Whoops, doodle. Anyway.
Bonus feature.
He's had a long day and so have I. Oh my God. Perfect timing. But I will say that there's just, I appreciate the challenge, but it is frustrating sometimes to try to figure out how to give up just enough that people know to come see it or come to pay attention to it with just that little breadcrumb level of like, oh, if you pay attention to these pictures, maybe you will see someone familiar, but for like a casual social media view, that doesn't really seem to be enough to make someone go, oh, I get what's going on. You kind of have to like really do it. So I think I struggled with finding that balance, but I loved having, a secret project waiting and knowing that it was going to come out, because that's the missing element on a lot of projects that you do as an actor is, you don't even want to acknowledge that you were in a thing for yourself sometimes because it may never come out. So for this, knowing that it was still cooking and getting updates from Michael and Sophia and knowing that we were going to have something really exciting to show at the end of that was absolutely sustaining.
Anastasia, do you have anything to add for just the idea of waiting?
Well, I mean, it was really difficult because I love supporting and blasting things and supporting friends and indie horror. And so that aspect was really hard to kind of be on the sidelines and be like, touchdown. Hey guys, I look familiar. So that, and then also, I don't know. I feel like we all worked so hard and really bonded on set and through wonderful conditions, but it was kind of chilly some nights, and I just felt like I was so proud of everybody just like pulling through. I mean, we were like a underground, like indie shoot, like everybody was taking a chance on this, including the actors. And I just think it came out so well. And it's kind of so special. I didn't want to share it in a way, if that makes sense. It was like a little close and personal. Like I got to bring my family along with me and got to share it with my daughter, like bringing her on set to see mommy get attacked or like kick butt, so I don't know. It's like a nice little time capsule for me.
Yeah, I remember when Neal was sending me messages about what it was like the cabin space and trying to like musical chairs with where people were sleeping and going, and it was really interesting. So, but it sounds like that for people that get along, that works really well to bring you closer together. It's like you find the faults and you find the cracks in an environment like that.
And that's to Michael and Sophia's credit, because, they pick amazing people to work with. So right off the bat, it's like I already know I'm going to be best friends with everybody on set, from in front of the camera to behind the camera. Like I was just having a ball. Besides running for my life, I was having a blast.
No, it was a great experience. Go on, sorry.
Just saying that it really does sound like each person is saying they really hand-picked you and said, hey. And then with Maiya, they trusted enough to have you come in there. And I think that idea of trust is probably, I'm thinking a big part of what sustained you is that trust in these two people, that they were going to keep you posted of what's going on and deliver.
Yeah.
And you had that ability to be able to have that faith in them.
Yeah.
1,000%.
And the excitement of doing something different. Like it is different from the get-go. The premise, the structure of it, everything is something different. And that is just so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And when Anastasia, you mentioned like in a way not wanting to share it or whatever, but we have a really cool picture that Richard actually took of all of us, and it's never been shared anywhere, and it is special for just to have that photo. And actually, if I have it, if Liesel, Lianne, and I don't have it, I will share it with you guys.
Yes,
I don't.
please.
Yeah, send it, please.
This is also from Facebook user Sophia. She found the email with the references.
Yes.
Nice.
We want it to feel like a classic 1970s film, very natural speaking, like an Altman or Cassavetes movie to check out for acting styles. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Three Women, which maybe no one actually watched.
I watched a compilation of clips of Three Women. That was all I could find.
Okay. So long goodbye.
Three Women's great. If you haven't watched it yet, you should watch it. It's spectacular.
I remember them mentioning a lot, and I have to admit I have not seen it, so I feel very bad.
Ooh, it's giving movie night.
I try to take notes whenever I do the show. I always hear about these good things. All right.
This is from Zane, who's also a Facebook user. Michael and Sophia are awesome. I can't wait to check this out.
See
Which,
Catherine
by the way,
in the chat.
Yeah, the link down here, withoutyourhead.com/touchdown, will bring you to the Kickstarter if you'd like to help get the Blu-ray released. And you also get a special Blu-ray with the slipcover. Pretty stoked to see this. Dave actually...
Composer. We've got the composer here.
I know.
Catherine.
You all rock, Catherine.
Yeah. That is an awesome woman. She's a really cool person.
Speaking of Catherine, when you first saw the movie, what did you think of the music? Or did any of you hear the music before you saw the movie?
Not before, no.
No. I loved it though. It's so in the style.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it for me, not having been alive, but I would say to me, it felt like 1970, like pitch perfect to all of the things that I had seen from that time. It was so cool. And also I felt like I always love a score and music in film, and it just lends so much to the story, and it really helps tell the story and set the mood. And I thought that the music in End Zone 2 really, really did that.
And that cute song.
I was gonna say that catchy little diddle. I was singing along like as I watched, and I was just like, dun, 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 dun. Like when I watched, I was like, oh my god, how fun! It really catches the ear.
Yeah,
so cute.
Anastasia, because it really it makes your scene, which could feel totally. What did you think when you hear that music put with one of your big scene in the movie? One of your big scenes in the movie.
I mean, music totally makes a scene. So I felt like it made it sound so good. I mean, it's so wild because, it's like you're on set and you're going through the movements and trying your best, and then just see it like on the silver screen and with like an amazing sound system. It's like I'm blown away. Just everything that they got done, the effects, the everything. It's so wild.
How about the wardrobes? Now, did any of you have a hand in selecting the wardrobe? Your own wardrobe? Anastasia did?
I totally did all of mine.
All right.
And I still have them.
Nice.
Oh my
very
gosh. I love that. I definitely collaborated, and I needed it, and I was grateful because I loved Linda's looks were eating every single one. The poncho, please.
So
yes, poncho life always.
Awesome show.
I got to wear a lot of really cool bell bottoms, and that fucking rocked. And I felt super stoked that one of them I actually brought that my sister had sent me that she had from something, and so Soph took them and put like multicolored patches on them, and they made it into the movie. So I still have those too.
Yeah, Yeah, that day where we were all at Michael and Sophia's trying clothes on was so much fun.
Yeah, and it was like a lot of thrift, and it was like, well, I thought this for you, but it might fit you, and why don't you try this? And it was really, really fun.
Yeah.
I actually happened to have this hat.
Oh.
I didn't buy it for Backwoods Bob. I actually just had it.
Oh,
this is true. I'm not making that up.
The Backwoods wouldn't have been the same without it. Like
Launch Over, our friend Nick Zano wrote the opening song.
Bravo.
And Catherine did win festival awards, which is really
So
you guys have done pretty well at the festivals. This duo of movies has been amazing. How do you feel about having all that recognition? I mean, a lot of wins.
I'll say, oh my God, so cool. This is, and I think it's also a really special one. The first one that's now on my IMDb is the Ensemble Award. And I feel like that is so cool because like everyone has been saying, at least, I mean, I'm sure Smash felt very similar, but while we were doing End Zone, to me anyway, it felt like summer camp, like in the best possible way. We were having sleepovers, we were making birthday cake, we were cooking, we were getting ready, and then we were also making a really badass movie. And it was so cool that the festival recognized it as a group effort.
Yeah.
As someone who worked on both movies, I have to say End Zone 2 much more of not that I'm not proud of Smash or anything like that, but End Zone 2, we all lived together, stayed together, ate together. It's a much more bonding experience, and it's a very special experience for me.
That's why it's so great when you get to, I know a lot of people say like have to go on location, but when you get to go, it's beautiful. It has that summer camp feeling, and I think it really lends itself to not only ensemble work, like all of us getting to sit around the table and run lines. That seance scene, just running those lines so that then when we're in it, we're not worried about it at all. It just like, it's so much fun. It makes it so you don't have to worry about anything else while you're there.
You mentioned the seance scene, and I'm wondering for each of you, what were your favorite scenes to perform and your favorite scenes to watch? Because I'm sure they're not always the same. Sometimes your performance is a different experience than seeing something.
So I actually loved, there's this scene that I didn't know how it was reading, and the way they kind of framed it, it's the one where like we're kind of circulating behind Trish.
Yes.
You know the one?
I was just thinking about this. My favorite.
That one, that is delicious to watch because we're so in the background and she's in the foreground.
Well, she sits in the front and makes these very serious, like that is 70s movie perfection. I love that scene.
The way you almost get sort of psychological because you're like, what am I supposed to be watching? Like, why does that girl have an orange? Like, what are they doing back there? And I remember when we performed it, having fun with it, but having no idea how stylized it was actually going to look because I really was goofing around with that piece of fruit. But it really comes together so beautifully that I'm like, it reminds me not to be afraid to kind of just like make that movement happen, but try some stuff and kind of like let it get a little like, fluid. Cause I can get so stiff if I'm honest with my own work. I can get so like, and that because we were able to kind of like take the space. And I think it was Sophia that gave us that really sweet direction in terms of moving us around maybe. But in that moment, it reads beautifully. I was shocked when I saw. I was like, oh my God. So that was my favorite to watch, I'll say. And my favorite to do was my death, my fake. Sorry,
that was so fun.
I don't want to spoil, but yes, it's fun. Oh my God, it was great, delightful.
It's a great scene too with the run through and
Now,
Liesel,
have you had a death in another film before? Just while we're here.
Oh, for me.
Yeah, have you ever had other on-screen deaths experiences?
I've never had other on-screen. Actually, I just got asked that question, and I've not had any other on-screen deaths. And I just shout out to the universe, please bring them to me.
We love it.
It's the most fun. It's the
Yeah.
best. Yeah.
Terrible Troy is now with us.
Hi.
Hi, Terrible Troy.
Hello.
How about anyone else have favorite?
Sorry,
scenes
that
to
was
see
my-
on? Oh, everyone
Oh,
has dogs. I'm not sure.
Everybody's got dogs.
Sorry.
Did anyone else have a favorite scene to watch and a favorite scene to perform?
I really liked doing that first scene where we were all arriving on the couch. It's like Trista's just arrived and we're all kind of settling in. We got to do that on my birthday. I had a set birthday and it was so much fun because there's nothing I'd rather do on my birthday than my favorite thing. So, but yeah, I just remember they started letting me play with buttoning the scene with my like feminist manifesto that I was reading, and it was so much fun. And I kept winding up on random pages and being like, "What of these things do I actually want to say out loud?" Oh God! But it was so much fun.
What I remember about that scene too, Liesel, is Maiya actually there was something about a tree, and Maiya just honestly asked, "But what kind of tree is it?" And we all just started to laugh, and we kept it in the movie, which I thought was pretty great.
Yeah.
And also for your birthday, not to call anyone out, but we were hoping you couldn't smell the birthday cake. That was,
Yes, that we were secretly baking.
Yeah, and so someone had the excuse that they were smoking something that was a birthday cake.
Yeah, but like vapes come in all different kinds of flavors and scents. But yeah, I was surprised.
I was also shocked we couldn't get like pizza delivered where we were in the cabin, but he could get other things delivered. I thought, this is a very weird world we live in.
That cake was fantastic. That was I don't know how y'all managed to surprise me in that cabin with all of us there, but it worked. It worked. I was so delighted. It was so sweet. Thank you guys.
Shout out to Lianne who baked the cake.
And shout out to Sophia who told me it was your birthday because we had just met. And then also we made the cake and it was so fun. And funfetti's my favorite. So
oh my God. Y'all are making me hungry.
Yes.
And Maiya ended up being a cook for most originally. Actually, Sophia had asked me if I minded to cook for everybody, and I didn't. But Maiya ended up doing it for most of the days.
I did. The Southern woman at heart really took over. So as soon as I was done for the day, I wrapped an apron around and I was like, all right. It grew over time. And then by the end, I felt like I had my greatest meal. And I was like, yes.
What was your greatest
my final
meal?
form? I did like a chicken. I think it was a grilled chicken. There was mac and cheese and there were like vegetable skewers, I think, involved. And that was the meal. And I was like, I'm loving it. I love the feedback, and I've loved to cook for others. So I was like, I eventually like snuck my way in there as things started getting made the first day, and just like took over after that.
You taught me to put pickle juice in the chicken, and
thing,
I still do that. It is so delicious. If you haven't tried it, people,
do it every
Just
time.
to further speak about how great Maiya is, when one of my favorite days of filming, I can't remember what people were filming, but everybody went outside, out into the cold. And you and I were in the cabin by ourselves for hours, just like sitting next to each other, watching our own movies on our own little laptop.
Oh, yeah.
And having such a great time. We were so cozy. And every now and then we just look out the window and be like, wow, those guys must be really cool.
Must be cool.
Out there doing acting. Okay, great.
I know
I'm gonna get another
that was.
So bonding, so perfect.
It was. Thank you, Liesel. That was so fun. Like, oh my God, I love a cozy moment. And it was so, sorry to everyone who was outside.
I come from the East Coast and I was very cold. I didn't know California got that cold.
Yeah, it was so cold. I was like, by choice, I did it to myself. I was like in a mini skirt for a lot of the film. And I remember being outside and I was like literally shaking and I was worried I was ruining the takes because I couldn't get myself to like calm down. I just remember like trying to get my lines out like so that we could go inside really quick. But
oh my gosh.
luckily, I think it worked out.
I didn't notice you shivering on the big screen.
Perfect.
So, yes. You just looked nervous.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Lovely.
How about the other favorite scenes?
Well, speaking of that cold night, I know exactly. We were shooting the scene towards the end when Trista and I are running from Smash through the woods, and so that's why we were outside and it was freezing. And Liesel and Maiya weren't there because they were dead. And
Spoiler.
but
Why are you making up fake spoilers, Lianne?
I am just the worst.
It is a slasher, so
yeah. All right. Fair enough.
But yeah, that was one of my favorite scenes to shoot because for me, I got to do a lot of kind of famous horror movie things in this movie, like run from the killer and be like, "Go, I'll save you," and smash bottles over heads and things like that. And it was so fun. I love being physical, so anything like that was a blast. And to watch, I think for me, the seance was so cool to watch because we spent so long on it, and then to see it all come together, it was just really, really cool. And like the witchy little kid nerd in me was super stoked about that one. Like practical magic, yay!
It was cool having the fog machine there. I've never done or anything like that, so that was a good time. And I can be a very awkward person, so I do want to thank everyone. Made me feel very comfortable when I was there. And speaking of running lines, I never had done that before. And so when you asked me, "Do you want to run lines for the Bobs when you first see Bob?" and I was like, "Okay." And as soon as I started doing the Bob voice, because no one knew how I was going to play it, and everyone started laughing, I was like, "Oh, I think this is going to go well." So.
You're a natural.
Oh yeah, you are, Neal. You're so great to work with, and it reminded me of too, because you brought such a joy to the work and a lightness to the work that we just don't have to take ourselves as seriously. And I can get caught out and bogged down by that, but when you have somebody who's a little more green coming in with that kind of like excitement, and they like luck up on some fun takes, like it reminds you like, oh, if I just let this go a little bit, how far I can go. So thank you. You brought a lot of fresh energy to the place.
I had a great time. It was a great experience. When Michael and Sophia asked me to like, will you play Backwoods Bob? I was like, well, what's that? He's like, oh, he's this weird, like, they actually said I think a pervert or something out in the woods. I was like, oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that sounds good for me. But they also asked me to do the BTS stuff, and I just agreed, and I had no idea what that actually meant. And so then afterwards I Googled, what does this mean? And I was like, oh, behind the scenes, that's fine. So, but I agreed to it before I knew what it meant. But I have like 19 hours or something of behind the scenes footage that Sophia's going to edit down.
Oh my God, that's so fun.
Yay. Oh, I can't wait to see.
I have, speaking of waiting, I've had pictures and videos on my phone from when we were on set since we were there. And even like over the years, you know, that we've been waiting for this to come out. Every now and then I'll go back and scroll and watch them and be like, oh, that was so fun. That was one of the best sets ever. I can't wait for this movie to come out. And, you know, here we are.
Yeah.
Look at us now.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Maiya did a very sweet thing the last day when everyone was leaving. She had gave a card to everybody, which I thought was very neat.
Yeah, I actually found mine because I pulled out my script when we were doing the commentary interviews for the DVD, and I was like, oh, so sweet.
Oh my God. You guys, I'm just a softie at the end of the day. Thank you guys for remembering that.
The cabin looks great in the movie, but it had some really weird stuff in it. Like it had like, I remember in Liesel and Trista's room, there was like pictures of like people like hunting, like with like animals, like they had hunted. And then every room was very strange.
Anything that can have antlers shall have antlers. A picture frame, a doorknob, anything, everything. It was amazing. It was big, like lighting fixture, chandelier, all the antlers.
Always.
Yeah, I remember
even had antlers, and I got stuck with it a few times during the seance. It was terrible. It actually made it big rip in my tights, and I had to keep on, just for continuity, I had to keep on pulling them up really high so that the hole wouldn't, because I only had like one pair of these one tights, and I didn't realize like how long I was going to be in that silly costume.
The real highlight though is the framed photos of the salt and pepper is really the highlight.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
This is so weird.
Yeah,
so weird.
Yeah, there was a lot about that place that felt very arbitrary. Like, well, we want it to be decorated, so
here it is.
I don't know,
Yes.
but
that was something I also loved about seeing the movie on the big screen, was like the B-roll of the things that just happened to be in the cabin that made it into the movie, like the antler cross hanging above the fireplace and all of those things. Oh yeah, that was there.
What's funny too is like
too, which is weird. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Oh no, I was just gonna say the different moose mugs. Like, and then when I saw one come back on screen, I was like, oh my God, we drank out of those. Like, those were the moose mugs. Like, we didn't buy special mugs. Those are the mugs at the cabin.
It's not set dressing. That just like came with the cabin.
It was just there.
Anybody can have them.
And I feel like I remember our bedrooms being slightly themed. Like, I want to say I was in the bear room that just had everything bears, like bears everywhere. Bear print, bear this. It was awesome. It was so snug.
Mine had a little stuffed black bear with a collar on it, and I thought it was very odd.
Oh man, oh, so good.
Yeah, and it was weird because it had like a little a cub with the collar, but also had a bear skin rug on the wall. I was like, this is kind of disturbing. Like, this little bear's gonna look at this on the wall. Like, it's like his mom's on the wall or something.
Oh no.
Really
I'd go back there and hang out again with y'all, like right now.
Immediately.
Right, we should just have like a little retreat.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Like, drink coffee on that porch.
That would be a perk. Interesting perk.
Come to the cabin with the girls.
Oh, that'd be great. A little sleepover time.
Nothing weird, okay?
Be careful out there. There's a lot of creeps out there.
Oh,
this
God.
is
Oh,
Stop.
oh my God.
He looks familiar.
Yes.
That was the coolest cake I've ever seen.
Wow.
This was so thoughtful and so like, oh, I loved this. I had this, I looked back at this on my phone yesterday just to reminisce. And wow, like, oh, this was so kind and loving.
Yes.
I don't know if we're can we share who brought the cake, or is it okay?
Sure.
I feel bad. We have one person that didn't give their scenes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll get back. But by the way, Richard and Anastasia brought the
Yes.
cake, and that was really
And
so
champagne.
I was gonna say, Richard and Anastasia, you guys were so kind to us and so loving, and it was nice to like be a part of your family vacay in certain ways.
Oh,
Like, I thought that was so
nice.
I wish that I could I hope to do that in the future one day, like when I have a child too, and be like, okay, we're gonna like make it into a vacation. And they were so down. You had such late hours and like still being there to support you. I just want to say that was gorgeous. Like, well done to you guys.
Aww,
So
yeah.
And
Well,
we
I don't like traveling alone, so I kind of forced my family, my husband and my daughter to come with me. I was like, you guys want to like have a little vacation? And so my husband Richard kind of like found a cabin literally a block away from where we were filming, and so like we ended up staying there. And so I didn't get to do all of the fun stuff that you guys did, like with cooking and stuff, because like I left after my scenes, not be in the way because there was still scenes happening. And so yeah, I got to it's kind of like take daughter to work day while mommy's being attacked. Which is fun, you know.
Oh yeah.
So what were your favorite scenes to act in and to watch?
Oh man, my favorite scenes. I mean, I had some fun with like what was it? I don't want to give anything away, but on the staircase, I have fun scenes with Mikey. That was great.
That was really fun.
And there was like a couple like oopsie things, like at some point when we were like the flashlight wouldn't work, and so we had to like keep on hitting it and keep on doing the scenes over again. And then there was a couple times where like I had to run up close to like a sliding door, and I'm a dancer, so I'm always like eyeballing where I like land, and I kept on tracking my mark, and so I had to keep on doing that scene over and over again. It was so silly. But I guess the ones that I didn't like were when we were outside in the cold.
It was extremely cold.
Yeah, it was like 30
so
degrees.
cold.
It was cold.
My favorite thing of yours. Oh, sorry.
No, go on, Liesel.
I think I'm on a delay. I don't mean to keep talking over people. I just wanted to say, Anastasia, my favorite thing of yours was seeing you in that bowl of nuts over and over and over, being right there and seeing take after take, and every take was funny. Like you were doing something different every take, and every take was funny. And like I couldn't wait to watch the movie, but I was like, okay, that's what I think of when I think of the movie. I think of you just like squirreling away. It's so funny.
It's so funny. Yeah, it's funny. Like in the moment, I wasn't even thinking about like that. Didn't even mean that much to me. It was like a throwaway thing, and then we just had to keep on doing it. And so I was like, okay, do I want something else? I'll just go nuts with it, you know? And then I have to say, like, I don't know if it was because like I missed one like get together before we filmed because I had a conflict, and then because I was like staying at a different place. I don't know if you guys had a lot of time with rehearsal, but I don't remember rehearsing at all. I just remember walking in and doing the scenes. Mm-hmm. And so like I was really surprised by it, like how everybody was playing their characters. And so I would change my approach mid-scene. And for the longest time, I thought that I was the meanie. And lo and behold, I was actually one of the nice ones. The whole time I thought I was like the uber bitch of the group. I'm the character. But so that was kind of fun to see, like once we put everything together. So it's just like interesting how like you're like, for me, it's like I work on these things so much alone, and then by the time like, you know, we're together, how much it changes. And then again with editing and all the effects and things like that, how much that changes again, you know. So it's wild. Filmmaking.
After seeing the movie multiple times with Michael and Sophia at festivals, Michael's always happy of the nut scene with Anastasia, and he always says like, "See, that's why we did so many takes to really get
Oh, I'm so happy! Yay!
Yeah. It's like his Stanley Kubrick moment. He's like,
278 takes of the nuts.
Exactly. Well, I think maybe it felt like that. I just remember drinking the wine a lot, and I was like, "What am I drinking?" You know, like what is this? I think it was juice.
I'm sorry. You had mentioned, you know, a certain scene, but how hard was it to get the blood off? Because you have a scene where you're washing the fake blood in the movie off.
Yes. You know, that was very good blood. Might I say expensive blood, because it did take some effort to get the blood off. Like you see me kind of wiping in the takes, and I like am wiping a little hard because I'm really trying to like get it off of there. But it just credit to special effects, aka us. And it was so fun to play with. Like I was so obsessed with that scene. Like I would have wiped that blood off forever and ever.
This was a little while ago, but big thanks to Elfman's for the rap party.
Yes. Elfman's. So you guys did that.
Dave Bailey, the seance was badass. My favorite scene.
It's a really amazing scene.
Mm-hmm.
There's really like some of the stuff is like very like that campiness to it, of course, because that's the era it is. That scene is like real creepy. It's so effective.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Aw, yay.
I think also props to Trista, because
I'm gonna say
she did such cool stuff when we were shooting that. And I know there's probably, you know, footage somewhere of all of the different things she did. It was always different and cool and scary in a fun new way. And it was like such a privilege to just be in the scene with everybody and like the whole cast. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I filmed a bunch of it on the stairwell up when that was happening, because I could tell like right away, oh, this is a really cool thing to get. And so there are many, I think there's probably over an hour of just behind the scenes of that scene.
Wow.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It was so fun.
And I think they ran out of stuff for the smoke machine like right after we had finished.
It was right after. We were lucky. I remember that. Yeah. And like, does anyone else remember the wax from the candles just like getting everywhere? Like we kept trying to blow the candles out and like the wax was like splashing. So
I remember like scratching it off the glass.
It off. I know, like nails be damned. We were just like, get this out of here.
And trying to light that yearbook photo on fire, turning into like an hour-long craft project. Everybody's like, what if we do this? What if we do that? Like, no.
Do you guys remember like there was a big staircase and there was one scene where I forget what we were doing, but we all had to like run into the bedroom and be like shocked. And I just remember like trying to like get the energy because like half of us had to be on different stairs, so we would have stairs to like run up to try to get in there at the same time and then stop.
That was
or,
our
like,
full.
I think somebody even like slid on their knees to like get in different. It was nuts, but we did it.
Yeah, that was our full Scooby-Doo moment because we all had to be stacked and we all had to come running in and out. It was so good.
So fun.
Leanne, what was it like to use breakaway glass? And
oh
we
my
only
gosh,
had two, so you know we didn't have too many to waste.
It was so fun, and also it broke into 10 million pieces. It like instantly shattered into glitter. It was everywhere, and it was so fun. Who doesn't want to try to fight someone off by smashing a bottle?
Especially Michael. I mean, you want to smash him with a bottle.
Right? And I remember being afraid of like, oh, is it gonna hurt? And it breaks so easily that I don't think it did. I don't remember. I don't know.
No, I don't believe so.
I was
Plus,
the
he's probably well protected with all the masks.
Yeah, that's true. The mask
helmet.
and the helmet and everything. So that made it a little easier. I was so glad that his face was protected because of all the glass going everywhere. But that was really fun.
I remember Sophia having to like really be careful not to break the glass when she's putting the labels on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You really ate that scene, Leanne. I actually stayed up to watch you do that scene. I watched you work on it after I was done for the day. I like stood in my pajamas just off camera being like, you ate that. Because when it shattered, I literally could have yelped. I was like, it was everywhere, down the stairs, up the stairs. Like vacuuming could not handle it. It was
no. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're all also in Smash because for people who haven't seen either one yet, you also play the actors that are playing your roles in it. I don't know how you're going to explain that, but so what was that like to record interviews as the actors who were in 1970s End Zone 2?
So fun. I'll just say so fun.
That footage is so gorgeous too. I just remember seeing a Polaroid of like what the setup looked like, and we've got that like vista behind us. Unless I'm remembering incorrectly, it was shot on film, so we've got that just like real, like the real texture of the film and everything. I just remember I was like, they said, okay, say this and that in your press interview. And I had no idea what they were talking about at all because I didn't know what happens in the Once and Future Smash. So I was like, okay, great. I will say that and I will not mess it up because I know it's on film and we only have so much.
Yeah, that was cool. That was, I think, still the only thing I've ever shot that was on real film which was really, really fun. And for me personally, it was fun because I got to be the meanie, and I never get to be the meanie. So that was fun.
You were mean.
Oh, thanks.
Good job. I don't know about this part. I don't know.
You're like, I don't know about all this bit from my podcast.
No. It was definitely fun. I feel like I wish, like, when I'm going back, I'm like, oh, when we did it, I just like jumped in. I feel like I didn't actually put a lot of thought into it. So I just hoped that it read well. Because I will say I didn't understand initially. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna talk as I do. And so I'm glad to see it all come together so seamlessly.
Yeah.
I think I was maybe the only one that didn't do an interview at the cabin. And so like I did my interview just on my like rooftop deck in Hollywood. And so like they gave me lines to memorize and say, because I guess that they had everybody else's interview, so I could like patch in like thoughts, you know,
nice.
and like connect things, which was fun. But so like I did mine like 2 years after the fact, so I had to like
Oh no way!
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Go through my reference, because like I would take a reference shot because I was doing my own hair and makeup and costume, so I would take like reference shots before, like after I did my makeup, and then at the end of the day too, just to like, you know, make sure that everything was fine for when we were picking up the next day. And so I was like looking through my references and like trying to like do my hair and find my costume and stuff. But yeah, so like I just have the Hollywood Hills behind me.
Glamorous.
It blends right in though.
I know, a starlet.
So the premiere, what was going to the premiere like? So it's, you know, years after we finished the movie, then delays, and then we get a premiere. World premieres at Fright Fest. U.S. premiere is in Screamfest and in Hollywood. So what was that experience like at the premiere, Lianne?
Fucking dope. It was amazing. It was so cool because the premiere happened in the fall of 2022. So it was still, you know, we were still coming out of COVID for me anyway. It's still, I mean, it definitely felt like that. We were still having restrictions on set and all of that kind of stuff. So it was really exciting to a reunion with everybody. I was so excited to see everybody, all of you guys, everyone that we worked with, because a lot of us hadn't seen each other since we shot. And that was really, really fun. And it was also really fun to, like, I forget who was saying earlier, I think maybe it was Anastasia, everybody said it a little bit, but trying to get people to come see a thing that you couldn't really tell them what your role was or what it was about. So I did, my husband came with me and a couple of my good friends came with me, and when we walked out, their faces were just like, what is this amazing thing that you have not told us about? And they were so excited and loved it so much, and it was so great to see it with an audience on that scale. It was just like a dream, really.
Overwhelming after so long, like you were saying, of not being in big groups and not having anything to show or invite people to. At least for me, you know, it was like, it was overwhelming. I feel like I look at the pictures from it, and in every one, I'm like full Muppet, losing my mind, like trying to, you know, people coming up trying to talk to you, and you're just like, like what? Who are all these people? What's happening? But it was so much fun, and especially for me, like I hadn't told my boyfriend really anything about the movie. I put him outside of the cone of secrecy, other than just like little things about the trip, basically. So he got the story of I went on a vacation with some friends, and he knew that we made a movie and that he wasn't going to get to know about it really. He helped me, you know, we watched some of the movies for research together and stuff like that. But I think there had been so much buildup for him that I got to hear from the outside what the experience was like of going in cold and not knowing what was going to happen. Not to mention, I had literally no idea what the Once and Future Smash was even about, other than that it was linked. I had no idea that AJ was in it. I did not know.
He's amazing.
He was amazing in it.
Good. He's so good. That movie's so good. And just like that was the part that I nerded out about. It's like, oh wow, there's this whole entire other movie that we're also in that is fantastic.
Yes, it's fantastic.
Oh my gosh. I sadly missed it. So I know. I had a play and I was in Seattle and they were just kind of getting back in the theater. Restrictions were the same. And they wouldn't let me leave to come. I was like, I could do 24 hours, Spirit Airlines. I'll be back. We'll rehearse. And I was the lead. I was lucky enough to be the lead. And they were like, if you get sick, we don't have like a play. And we'd already been delayed by other people getting sick. And I'd replace another actress. So they were like, no chance. Wow. But I will say, in adding to that, though, my best friend came anyway. And she didn't know anything. And all she knew was, like, I was trying to come back to see myself. And she was like, oh, well, if you can't sing, I'll just go into your place. And she actually showed up and came out of it and was like, I didn't know what this was going to be like. And she thought it was one of the best films I'd ever done. And like, she'd seen me work since college. And that, I will say, was very special to me that she came in my place, even though you guys didn't know who she was. She came and like experienced it. Also, she could describe it to me after. So shout out to her.
That's so sweet. I love it.
So sweet.
That's a good friend.
Really good friend.
Anastasia, the premiere for you.
It was so wild. Because I don't know if anybody else got to see it beforehand, but I didn't at all. And Michael and Sophia were like coveting it. And once in a while, I would kind of do like minor little check-ins because like I know like my husband and I, we do films. So it's like that's always like not the dreaded thing, but it's like you want to have news for people involved with the film, right? And so like when they're coming at you like a cold like kind of like check-in, it's like what are we doing? But so I had no idea like what to expect at all. I mean, other than like the themes and everything. And then I had zero expectations or understanding of like what the other film was really about, other than I knew that my husband Richard was interviewed in it, and he was able to kind of like put in a thing that he was inspired by End Zone 2 for his movie Forbidden Zone, and just like little Easter eggs.
I remember he had a little joke. He was like, "That Mary, what a babe!"
yeah. So that was the fun kind of like silly thing to do, but I had so much fun. Our niece Molly Elfman had a film that was premiering at the same time, so we went early and watched her film. And so when her film was ending, everybody was doing the like red carpet, and so I'm like missing from all the red carpets because I was trying to support family. And then because it ended right when our films were going to start, so I had just enough time, and I didn't like it was like chaotic there, you know, because like there's a lot of films going on. So but I made it in time for our films. But that was totally wild and so funny. And I remember all of us kind of like when they were calling up, like maybe was it afterwards, there's like a little Q&A, and all of us kind of like looked at each other like, do we go up? Do we like, are we allowed? Like, do we say anything? Like, what are we allowed to do? And so we all just like, all the ladies just stayed sitting.
Oh, we thought, well, I think
I don't know. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know. Like, I felt like a little kid. Like, I just don't know what Michael and Sophia want. Just I'll do it.
Yeah, I remember thinking that because a picture from the premiere popped up on social media recently, and I was like, why didn't I go stand up? Oh, right, because I wasn't supposed to be there. I was supposed to be like 40 years older.
Like I don't know, like reviewers were outright saying it was a spoof, which kind of like I think bugged like Michael and Sophia. And so like it was kind of like they weren't tagging us in things. So I figured like until they start tagging us, I wasn't gonna like outwardly be like, hey, that's me, you know. I was just kind of like vaguely, say I was inspired. And when we were talking about before about how we chose like our names, I was having such a hard time picking mine. And I remember Sophia just like messaging me like, why don't we just do your stage name? Because I do burlesque, and so I have like a silly stage name. And so I was like, oh, perfect, because I already have like an account under that. And so it like worked out wonderful for me.
Jack Bennett, who Liesel brought up earlier, said it was worth the wait.
Hey, thank you.
Joe Castro says he wishes he was on set with all of us.
The next question I was thinking about myself.
He also loves everyone here. And Joe wants to know.
Yeah. Perfect. I was thinking
what was your first reaction when you saw the mask for the first time? What were you thinking?
I can barely look at it. The first time I saw it, I was not prepared. I think of I love horror. I have a strong stomach. I am not easily scared, but the tongue.
Look at that.
Something
with the eyes too. Like
they're like
really like milky.
Really looking at you. So I'm like, wait, which way is he going?
Yeah.
Oh
He's
my
grizzly.
Grizzly is a good word.
I do not like looking at it, and that I just have to say, like, good job, because that I was not anticipating.
I was really excited about that.
Yeah,
that's like the highest compliment. Is like, I can't even look at it. It's so gross and horrible.
Do you guys remember like Sophia having to like get Michael dressed, and it was like a multi-layered thing. Like they would have to put on like all the like football gear, and then like swizzle him into like the uniform, and then there was like the mask, and then the like it was like either the wig and then the mask. But I just remember like how Michael was such a trooper.
The whole process.
Like I just remember like because I'm a mommy, so it's like it reminded me of like getting a toddler dressed. You're gonna get in there and you're gonna smile, not it was just like I just always remember that it was always like a little bit of a process right before, or like having Michael like yell like notes from his mask. Like my scene with him on the stairs, he would like give me notes, or him and Sophia would be like talking, but it was like very muffled because he was in the mask, and like poor guy was like sweating and everything.
And could he see? I don't think he could see.
Not
I
well,
don't think
no.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody was very cautious and careful about, keeping the whole set really safe. I mean, I felt great.
Yeah.
Especially like, like they were pretty brutal moments for all of us, I guess. In the movie.
Yeah. I echo that as well. Like things felt really safe and really well done. And just like, thank you for that too. Like I think working since then, you come to appreciate that all the more, like that things just felt like in order. We know what we've got going on. Everyone's being communicated to, and we'll get it done in a joyful way. So
yes. And they're so organized. I have to say, like, especially like all the time, everything was so organized. I always knew what we were going to be like doing. And also we had flexibility to change things around if we needed to. And then all the effort that they both went to, like with costume references. I just remember getting all of these wonderful like spreads of references to try to like, for each character, I feel like we each got our own version of like costume references to kind of like, go off and
even
do.
like historical makeup color palette reference.
It was like gorgeous.
Among the most prepared I've ever felt for a shoot, especially it could be really daunting to be in the position of doing your own hair and makeup and keeping your own costume together and everything like that, but I felt really, really taken care of and really prepared in a way that I don't always. It was so lovely.
It felt like everyone's got your back and you've got everyone else's, and it was just like such an amazing community.
And like we got to totally bond, I felt like we were really on this journey together of like trying to like survive in a way you know, through the whole thing. It was, I don't know, I had so much fun. Like you guys were saying with like the summer kind of camp vibes.
Yeah.
It felt like that. Like it would have been totally perfect if we had like a fire and s'mores. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it felt very homey, and I just had a blast.
Me too.
Same here.
And Liesel mentioned AJ. AJ's great in both movies. And
Excellent.
Champion,
and
absolutely.
very different in both movies. You almost wouldn't know it's him unless you knew, I think.
And so funny on set. He was cracking me up constantly. And sometimes like breaking the scene, it was so funny. But just like a joy on set, you know, like keeping it lively. Because like sometimes we're shooting what felt like all night, you know, and it's like keeping the emotions up, keeping the energy up. Like, are we running for our lives, or are we like, you know, trying to find somebody who's like, you know, like just keeping that up. He was a joy.
Also, shout out to Tyler, who
yes, Tyler was just the champion behind the scenes. I believe also in the costume a couple of times.
Yes,
if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
Just really like coming in clutch for us.
Yes. Jack of all trades, jumping in when he
got lost
could.
out. Yeah, when we went out to get, we went to the grocery store and we got lost in the mountains because there was no internet connection. What was that?
You got to screenshot your maps.
What? Oh, the map.
Yeah. There you go.
No, there's a lot of like windy road that ended up nowhere too. So
yeah,
there was a little tough sometimes.
By the way, Annabelle, one time I was on my phone talking to you while we were making the movie, and I mentioned that Annabelle says it was something about the moon, and Trista was like, "Who is Annabelle?" Then it was a running joke with me and her that it was just some imaginary friend of mine that told me to do things.
It must have been a great moon night, or like an eclipse or something like that.
Yeah, it was like the blood moon or something like that.
Yeah, just Neil and his not real friend.
So did the movie when you finally saw it, was it how you expected? Was it different? Like, I know you all liked it, but was it what you expected it to be?
I was going to agree with Liesel. It wasn't what I expected. It was definitely different. I think I love seeing how much more stylized it became, because then it did like justify, I don't know, like some of the more wild things we did just to like make each other laugh or have fun with, or like the bigger that we went, I was like, oh, it fits so well here. Like what a clearly executed vision they had that I couldn't have seen before. But then when I saw it, I was like, aha, like I definitely learned a lot from watching and being able to kind of see the style evolve.
I thought something that was really cool was some of the scenes we shot when you were in the location. It didn't, like, for example, when we're inside of the cabin, that was just a corner of the basement, and the rest of the basement was like a very modern carpeted basement. And it was really, really cool seeing how that was going to come together and feel like this horrifying place. And I was really excited to see that. And I think also it was a bit of a blessing in disguise how much time had passed from when we shot to when I was able to see it at the premiere, because it enabled me to watch it with totally fresh eyes, which was a really cool experience. I mean, obviously I knew it was going to happen to all the characters, but I didn't quite remember the intricacies of, oh yeah, I remember we did that. And you know, this little thing happened on this day and that kind of thing.
Yeah, watch it more of as a movie, not just your memories of making the movie.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so much more than what I expected. I mean, just like from what we shot, I feel like Michael and Sophia totally like hit it out of the park. I think it's, I mean, I would have loved it even if I wasn't in it. I thought it was so hilarious, and everybody involved, like, because we played most of the time we were playing it all straight. And so that's where the comedy of it came. And it was just so, I remember in the theater at the premiere, I was laughing so much, like my makeup was like, I was like sweaty, and because it was just so funny and so like bizarre to go from like not seeing anything, doing the project a couple years prior, and then to like watching all of us like run for our lives and stuff. And then also the whole stuff in the beginning with Sophia.
Yes.
That we never got to see
We
it.
never
all.
saw that.
So
Yeah.
much. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just thought it was so cool, like such a cool opening with Sophia.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was so much fun seeing just seeing the way that things were. Yes, there's all this over the top crazy horror stuff happening, but the way that the sort of adherence to the style and the time period meant that there would be these long dialogue scenes that just felt exactly out of a movie from that time period. Like, okay, I think, when we're on set, I'm thinking, oh my God, and there's a killer and we're all dying and all this crazy shit's happening, and blood and running around. But then when you watch it, these scenes that just lull you down of like, in the room, I'm going, oh, I'm doing my acting now. This is my acting scene. And in the theater, it's like, yes, okay, sure. But it has that effect of like, is something gonna in the best way possible, because it's so intentional that like, is anything going to happen in this movie? And then just right at the end, boom, 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 boom. I love that. It's so well observed. I think it's genius. And I love talking about it right now. I'm like, well, I can't wait to watch it again. I've still only seen it once. So, I love it.
And again, so cool. Also, not like kind of knowing the idea of what Smash was supposed to be, and then seeing it with an audience I was laughing so hard. It was so incredible. And it was such a cool way to go into immediately watching our movie. And from, an audience standpoint, it was like, oh my God, look at this amazing thing these people and my friends made. Like, that's incredible. It was, the kind of sap in me that was like, oh, I just love movies so much.
Same girl, same.
Yeah. Oh,
that's interesting about Smash, because for me, I'd seen it so many times on like from the very the rough cut, not even before it was a rough cut, and I was like, I don't even know if this is a movie, what's happening, and then through the whole process of making it, so it's different for me when I see it, because I just seen it so many times. But going in without even knowing really what it was, we talked a little bit about it, but what do you think of the Once and Future Smash? We'll start with Anastasia.
What do I think of the other
Once
one?
and Future Smash, yeah.
Well, great. I love how they like kind of, the first one touches, a little bit with End Zone too, obviously. I wasn't expecting the nudity, and I almost brought my daughter, so that was a huge surprise. I was like, what the hell is going on here?
I always have to warn Annabelle that
nobody
warned
me.
Yeah, exactly. Neil said there's a scene.
For me to bring her. And I was like, what? So that was that one got me, but I don't know. I've only seen it once, so I wasn't lucky enough to go touring with it. But I enjoyed it. And then also for End Zone 2, let's find the last reel, huh?
Yes.
I wanted more. It was so great.
Let's do it.
He's got to go to the basement.
Joe Castro was just
on. We all have costumes, or the ones that survived.
I say we film End Zone 1.
Yeah.
And we'll all play the same parts, just in high school.
I think that's beautiful. Let's do it.
Like ponytails,
Yeah.
Got it.
Their little cheerleader outfits.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah. Joe Castro was just on, and I was saying maybe Neil's character once upon a time was not crazy backwoods Bob, but he was like the school counselor who ended up going crazy from all of what happened, and then he goes to the woods.
There we go.
I love that.
I like that.
Anything to make the film work, right? Let's do it.
Well, I know Neil wants to be and everything. So
Yes.
I gotta work Neal in somehow.
You could be like hiding in like a locker room or something and talking to kids.
Yeah, just
It'll
peeping
be
in the
great.
windows and stuff. Yeah.
Well, you guys know the third one is going to be 3D.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
I don't know if that's true.
3D.
All of us are talking about it. I don't know how much Michael and Sophia are talking about it. But the rest of us are like, it's 3. It has to be.
3D,
It's always 3D.
But then the home video version doesn't have, it's not projected in the right way. So then you just have people doing like,
that has been my idea to make a movie exactly like that, because I love watching 3D movies from that era when they just poke stuff at the screen for no reason.
Throwing things. Oh my God, there's a jump scare. Look, here comes the cat. Yeah.
We're on the exact same page. 100%.
I think we can all agree there's so much more to be done with.
Oh, yeah.
There are depths that have not been mined yet.
It's the new Marvel universe. Is 30 movies.
Ads. Any millionaires out there who are bad with money and who want to executive produce any
or good with money,
come on down.
This is another
yes. Bring it. Bring
Our
your
operators
blah, blah.
are standing by. Give us a call.
Oh.
So everyone go to withoutyourhead.com/touchdown and you can get the Blu-ray. There's all kinds of cool perks. I'm very excited the Blu-ray is going to come out, double disc set. It'll have both End Zone 2, the Once and Future Smash, tons of extras. I think there's a Backwoods Bob interview that was filmed.
Hey.
I'd love to see it.
We love Backwards Bob.
He's hard to find, so lucky.
I've been looking for him, trying to get him on the show. Yeah.
If we those of us who are in the cast want to secure some of these things and these perks, we also go to withoutyourhead.com/touchdown, right?
Right.
Yes.
But
this is the way.
Okay. Good.
There's also producer.
Or we know some people. Is that?
I know. I want to figure out how I can get one of those Bob hats. Use the plug on the hat. I want a Bob hat.
We'll autograph it.
Oh.
Yes.
I would do that.
Yeah,
I like these ideas.
Signing at Dark Dell.
Ooh.
Yeah.
For locals.
There we
go. Get Annabelle out here. And
I would love
out here.
Oh yeah.
It'd be amazing.
It was great to have you out at the premiere. Annabelle's glad you could make it out.
It was awesome. And then talking with Joe, because I'm an art person as well, not professional, but just talking with him about like making the mask. I'm like, I just want to take like 6 months off of work and just go to LA and just be there, like doing whatever.
Yeah, come hang out with us.
Oh yeah, please come hang out.
We can make creepy masks together.
Yes.
That's what we do out here.
Yep.
Welcome to Hollywood, baby.
I was thinking about that earlier today. I'm making my tea and I'm like, man, I just want to go make some masks or do some crazy stuff.
There you go.
So,
making things is good for the soul. I say
100%.
But which is awesome that all of you, this is where you are in life. Like this is what you're doing. Like this is what you do with your world. And that's amazing.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Annabelle, because I'm currently at my office job. If you can see.
Yes, it's hard. It's really hard to make it all work.
Yeah, making it balance. And it's good to do this and remember like, oh my God, I'm an actress. Hello.
Yeah. I went to Seattle. So that's
I did. It was a great time. It was a great time.
Yeah. So
anyway,
applause
to more projects in the future for all of us.
Oh yes.
Absolutely. I'll drink to that.
Absolutely.
So, Maiya, where can people follow you to see what you're up to? Not like to your office there, but
I know.
Don't show up.
Bob wants
Oh my
to
gosh,
know.
big fans of The Office. No, no. You can follow me at Maiya Reaves on Instagram. You can follow me my Maiya Reaves page on Facebook, and just like me on Facebook, or my IMDb page is sometimes popping, sometimes not. Just those things, I think. You can follow me home. No, just kidding.
Please don't.
Please don't.
Liesel, where can they follow you?
I'm most active on Instagram these days. That's Hanson L, Hansonl. I suppose I could probably put it in the chat if I figure out how to do that.
Yeah,
but I'm also on
too after the show.
Beautiful.
I'll
Thank
put
you.
Yeah.
I'm also on Facebook. I'm also on IMDb. And yeah, I love to talk about movies and make things. So hit me up.
And it was very nice to see to hear you sing last time I was out there.
That's right. That was so sweet. That was such a lovely surprise. Yeah, I'm doing music stuff while I wait for my big next acting thing to come, whatever that's going to be. And I'm also doing animation right now just for funsies.
Really?
So
Nice.
Wow.
my Instagram is a mess right now. It's just like music, and you wouldn't be able to tell what I do, but I'm there and I'm doing it. So
She does it all.
Are you doing the animation? Are you voicing it?
yeah,
Awesome.
I'm taking a hands-on animation class.
Amazing.
So it's so much fun. It's so much fun. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I'm having a great time doing it, whatever it is.
That's my motto. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Life motto.
How is the class? Are you
it's so much fun.
loving the class?
Oh, it's so much
Is that
fun.
class it is like a one-off class that anybody can take?
Yeah, it's all online, and so they send you like a box of things. If anyone wants info about it, I highly recommend it. They send you a box of art supplies, and then you meet on Zoom once a week and just share the little things you made.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
I would.
So hopefully a lot more little animation and claymation guys soon coming away.
Claymation. It's one of my favorite things ever.
Hey, yes, that's the name of my band. Wow, somebody knows how to promote me better than I do. Thank you. Yeah, we just had a song come out. So we've got a couple songs on the Spotify. If you go onto Bandcamp, you can purchase them for $1 or more if you really feel fancy. Yeah, Sun Season. It's a band, and I'm in it. It's so much fun.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yes, Lisa.
Lianne, where can people follow you? And are you animating?
No, sadly. Not very good at drawing. But same places. I'm on the gram at Lianne O'Shea Official, and Facebook. You can find me there still, holding it down. And the IMDb as well. Always down to talk movies, make movies, watch movies,
I should mention too that's a good point though about IMDb. It does help out movies, not just ours, but any independent films, especially to go and rate them on IMDb.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Especially positively.
Yeah, if you can do a good rating, we love it.
If not,
but don't lie. But
I mean, you can, if you want to lie, you can.
Like $1 or more. It's be truthful or lie. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't tell on you. You can just make it up if you want to.
And Anastasia, where can people follow you?
Okay, well, I'm on Facebook, Anastasia Elfman. I'm also on Instagram, but it's a little tricky. I'm under Dahlia DeMont, my stage name. And I guess IMDb too as well. I don't know. Like, I didn't know people were just hanging out there. I guess that's like where I'm
to check you out there.
So yeah, that's where I'm. I don't know if I'm allowed to plug. Am I allowed to plug anything? Okay, cool.
No, yes.
I've got an indie horror film that me and my husband both self-financed, and it's going through the circuit called Bloody Bridget.
Yeah.
And then in February. It's not announced yet, so you guys are getting kind of like fun surprise information. But we're doing a double feature down in Anaheim at the Frida Cinema of one of our my husband's film, Forbidden Zone, and then a film that I made with him, Aliens, Clowns, and Geeks. So it's going to be a fun, like, double feature event. I'm going to be performing and some other burlesque friends and my husband. So it's going to be great. That's so, like, spend Valentine's Day in the Forbidden Zone.
And from what I heard from you last time, your performances are not just, it's not your average burlesque.
No, they're very bloody and crazy and vaudeville-esque. I'm trying to bring like a William Castle, like, shock and entertaining back into theater, you know, the cinematic experience. So I like, and I come from the stage and stuff, so it's like I want to bring that razzle-dazzle back.
Yeah.
I love it. And anyone else is free to plug anything too if they like.
I'll plug a movie also.
Yeah, of course.
My husband and I also made a movie. Look at us. And right now we don't know where it'll be screening just yet. We just started submitting to the festival circuit, but it's called Lizzie Lazarus. It's got some spooky undertones. You might also see a small appearance of Miss Maiya Reaves as well.
Very exciting.
So check it out. Well, I'll post about it on the gram nonstop once I know where it's going to be.
Awesome.
Can't wait to see it.
Oh, and Michael and Sophia are both in my film. Actually, Michael's a little nutty bad guy, and so my character gets him, but it's a fun little thing.
Yeah, and Sophia worked camera team in my movie, so yay!
Oh my gosh, it's a big happy family.
In
I
the
can't wait to
circle.
see them all.
Yeah,
sweet. All right. Well, thank you all for doing this, and I really appreciate everyone coming on and being part of End Zone 2 is great. It was awesome meeting everybody, and as we said a bunch of times, it was just a really special time, even if the movie wasn't good. But I'm glad that it's great, and it was fun. You know. We had a really nice time. It was like 6 days in the cabin, staying with everybody and making a crazy movie.
I have to say, after talking with all of you now, it makes me want to see it again more. I already wanted to see it again, but now I'm like, I will go in with so much knowledge now, and I think it's going to make a very different experience for me too. That's really,
It's so kind of you to say. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yes, and thank you both for giving us a platform to come and do our little cheerleading, rooting for the film, and being able to share like our perspective and our like behind the scenes and our special moments. So thank you both for having us.
Yes,
thank
you.
Second that. Anytime we can reunion End Zone, I'm there. Sign me up.
Same here. Same here. Oh. You ladies are amazing. And thank you also. A second what Anastasia said about just giving us a platform and a moment to celebrate this film, that much more, and just many more moments to go.
It's very exciting.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we had a love you all from Sophia and Michael.
Oh, love you guys.
Lots of love in this room.
Lots of love. Awesome.
Well, thank you. And we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, good night, you guys.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll be back. We're gonna come back actually with Aaron Barrocas, who put together the Once and Future Smash here momentarily.
Woo! Yeah.
Hey.
All right.
Awesome.
Great. Thanks so much for being here. It was
Thanks,
kind of fun.
Thank you.
Thanks, Annabelle. Thanks, Neal.
Thank you guys.
I'm gonna play End Zone 2 trailer for people who are not aware, and you can see what this is going on here.
In 1955, the George Donner High School football team lost the big game. They beat freshman Jimmy Smazmov until he was hardly recognizable.
You people broke his goddamn jaw! Can't even eat like a regular person!
But Jimmy recovered. Jimmy Smazmov became Smash Mouth and got his revenge.
Did they ever find Jimmy?
Who, Smash Mouth? He died in the fire.
I heard they never found his body.
Now, 15 years later.
It's really nice to be here with you, Nancy. We missed you.
We should just have some fun. We deserve it. I've been coming out here for years. I've never seen that before.
What in tarnation?
You guys remember AJ? Him and Jimmy were always hanging out together, right?
Jimmy was like my brother. I kept him safe.
Smash Mouth is back.
Do you still have a thing for him?
Jimmy, it's me. It's me, Nancy.
This time, the cheerleaders who stopped him
I still remember the knife going into her.
will face their greatest fears.
You will know pain and suffering and blood.
Don't close your eyes. Don't cover your ears. And whatever you do, don't open your mouth. In Zone 2, get smashed.
Hey.
They're back.
Diablo Joe reviews Hellhounds. Legendary horror comics illustrator Bernie Wrightson once described his general distaste for the blood-sucking undead, saying, "I don't really care for vampires. They tend to be snotty and actually like being vampires." Then he counters, "I had a good time with werewolves. You can always have a lot of sympathy for a werewolf," adding, "This poor guy didn't ask for this to happen to him. I always related to that. That outsider, restless aura that often seems to surround werewolves in a wolf's pack nature always seemed to make them a good fit for the misunderstood misfit from society. I was a teenage werewolf, first tapped into that angst, but it was 1971's Werewolves on Wheels that tied the full moon fever to the biker outlaw or drifter figures of that era. Writer-director Robert Conway, whose last film, 2021's Skinwalker, explored the shape-shifting horror in a Western genre setting, has given us in Hellhounds a lupine one-percenter exploitation mashup that aims to land as many of the punches of each genre as it can. Alias is a member of the Hellhound outlaw biker gang enlisted by bounty hunter Maiya, who is looking to track down a hound prospect named Dave, a killer who has been kidnapping road travelers, holding them in a trucking container to await their fate. Meanwhile, Virginia and her boyfriend Kevin are trying to lay low in the scrapyard, a cartel-controlled desert hideout for people on the run. But Kevin isn't well. He's been the victim of a strange attack in the night, and while Virginia has drawn the ire of Remo, the cartel head in control of the scrapyard, Kevin has attracted the scent of female werewolf Lucilla, who has even more sinister intentions. If it sounds like there's a lot going on in Hellhounds, there is. An awful lot, and it's more than a bit too much. Not even mentioned above is the subplot of the Hellhounds' rival gang, the Silver Bullets, with whom Alias and Maiya have a particularly bloody run-in. The film even teases an introduction to the great D.B. Cooper, once the mysterious hijacker, now just an old man hiding out in the desert. Conway's story has multiple plot lines, most with some pretty good, clever, and fun ideas, but none of which get the treatment and fleshing out they deserve. The biker portion of the film fares best, as the werewolf elements play second fiddle to a great degree. Much of the cast here returns from working on Conway's previous picture. As Alias, Nathaniel Burns is having a good old time wisecracking and grinning, a twinkle in his eye as he shoots a Silver Bullet member in the head. Newcomer Dana Kipple shows her spunk as Maiya, holding her own with the burly bearded Burns. And it's nice to see them have an uneasy friendship unencumbered by any hints of romantic entanglements. Conway regular Cameron Katecki seems a bit meek and lost as the nascent werewolf Kevin. His somewhat wishy-washy character seems an odd point of fascination for Queen Bitch werewolf Lucilla. Perhaps it's because that character is played with such lustful passion and gusto by returning Conway performer Eva Hamilton. Hamilton is sexy, confident, and simply electric. She's easily the most thrilling and enjoyable aspect of the film. This isn't to say that the movie isn't likable. Despite its morass of plot lines and often meandering story threads, Hellhounds can be pretty fun. What's not to love about a biker bar that tosses in every trope, from topless biker mamas to brawling badasses complete with bottles smashed against heads? And the gore effects are gruesome and well executed overall. The full tilt werewolves are shown a bit too much for their own good. Their fluffiness would have benefited from a bit more shadow and imagination. It would have been nice to see Robert Conway take a few of these choice ideas and really run with them. They all have promise, though some more than others. Obviously, the guy has imagination and can create some fun and enjoyable characters. And while they may not be enough, or too much, to make hellhounds ride at the front of the pack, they rumble and howl with enough abandon to make the film worth a watch. This devil of a reviewer gives Hellhounds 2.5 out of 5 imps.
And we are back here once again.
We are.
Yeah.
Joe is thorough and tough.
Yeah, so the return of Diablo Joe to Without Your Head. His reviews have returned, and that was the return with Hellhounds. So very cool. Thank you, Joe. Cool. And you can check out all the other episodes on our YouTube. We're getting closer to 5,000 subscribers. So please subscribe. You'll get these interviews. You'll get the live shows on Thursday. You get live dinner and the movies. You'll get Diablo Joe reviews. You'll get the Todd samplers. You'll get a random Nasty Neal show in the middle of the night when I'm bored and want to hang out. So you never know what you'll get. It's a good time.
And you also can get the Severed Limbs.
Yeah, so that Severed Limbs returns this Sunday. Very exciting.
This Sunday, dang. All right. Yeah. All right.
This Sunday, Diablo Joe is one of the judges. So that's very cool.
That would be intimidating.
Yeah. So we've got, I think 22, 23, maybe shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few, ended up getting quite a few trailers at the last minute. So that's cool. I think 17 trailers and
wow, dang, man. How long is this total show?
Not that long, because all of them followed the rules. They're all under 20 minutes, except for one, and they specifically asked yesterday, and I told them, you know what? It's not a real long, so I allowed one extra in. That's 24 minutes. So. But normally I will not do that. It's just we had some room, so we were cool about it.
Now everybody's gonna want room, Neil.
No, it was this one. So I have a thing popping up on my screen. So here, let me just show some of these the posters here. Boom. So this will be making its world premiere at Severed Limbs. The Stoneville Killer.
Poster.
Was that?
It's such a great poster.
It is a sweet poster by Zombie Durand. Very cool guy. Local filmmaker to us. We got, by the way, I'll read the quick synopsis. I don't have a synopsis. It's just making its world premiere, so pretty sweet.
I'm sold. It's a great poster.
Yeah. Knock.
Mm-hmm.
A reclusive Victor discovers an abandoned camcorder in the woods containing footage that reveals a dark secret, changing his life forever.
Interesting. Is it a knock, or is it something with a 0?
I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I'm pretty sure it's I believe it's not an English film. Not in English. But anyways,
okay. Got you. Cool. I like that we've got an international film. Very nice.
Yeah. This one too is I forget where this one's from, but this is The Summoning. A woman stumbles upon an envelope in her hallway containing a substantial sum of money. However, her world takes a dark turn when she accepts the money, unwittingly triggering a sinister challenge involving a malevolent incantation. That's a creepy poster.
It is. It totally is. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm very, very fascinated by this image. I think this is such a cool image. It makes me think, like, what the hell? I have so many questions in my head about, is this symbolic? Is this a woolly? Is like, what's happening here? I want to know. Yeah. And is this like a woven thing? And that's why it's arachne based off of like spiders and spiders weaving things. I've just got so many thoughts. It's cool. Old bathtub. This has caught my attention. I'm excited for this.
Mimicking the behavior of a spitting spider, a female must cocoon her new prey for a very special ritual. Very correct. I'm not sure how you pronounce this. We actually have a lot of international films.
Aesthete.
The aesthete. All right.
Oh, it looks like supplies that I have.
Right. Yeah. The
paintbrushes and a straight razor. I do have a hair straight razor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a straight razor. I only used it once. I was afraid I was going to cut my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or my head.
Ugh.
It's cool to take pictures of it. Desperation or revelation, madness or transcendence. Art is dangerous. The Aesthete is a psychedelic horror film dealing with themes of dangerous art, the loneliness and alienation of the outsider, drug use, the things the truly desperate can make themselves believe, manipulation, and the possibility, perhaps, of transcendence. Warning, contains flashing imagery. All right,
I'm glad that
I believe Aaron is here with us. We'll get back to the rest of these later on.
We shall. Welcome to Aaron.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. So I'm still Nasty Neal.
I am Annabelle Lecter.
Hi, Annabelle. Hi, Nasty Neal.
Nice to meet you.
Aaron.
Good. You know what? Okay, so we met really briefly at the premiere, and I'm glad that I'm actually getting to speak with you now, because it was like there were 10 million people there that time.
There were so many people. It was overwhelming. It was lovely.
I'm glad this worked out, because we were going to do it a Wednesday, but it was cool because Annabelle's never really talked to you, and you've never talked to Annabelle, so I'm glad it worked out to do it here.
I've heard wonderful things about you from Neal.
Oh, I have only wonderful things to say about Neal. I hope you'll forgive me, by the way. So I'm coming to you from the garage of my home. We're going through like renovation. I can't go into my home, but the place that we're staying is kind of tiny, and my 6-year-old has the loudest voice you've ever heard in your life. So I'm just kind of hiding out like a crazy person in a garage, speaking with like lights around me.
I appreciate your resourcefulness to be a part of this show. So I take it as a high compliment.
Yeah. And also thanks to your wife for watching your child during
she's amazing.
So for people who don't know, you edited the Once and Future Smash, and you're also a filmmaker yourself, so we'll talk about all this stuff. But for Smash itself, how did you get involved in it? How did you come about to be the editor?
Well, I had worked with Mike and Sophia previously on a bunch of stuff. Actually, at that point, only on Half Cocked, and they had produced my short Half Cocked, and they came to me and they said, "Aaron, we're shooting this mockumentary, and you are unquestionably the greatest and most talented editor who lives near us and owes us favors." And they gave me all their footage and that they had shot, which was like a week before the world shut down, and said, "Well, here's our movie, and we're gonna go shoot pickups in a week or two, and we should have this whole thing in the can in like 3 or 4 months." And the world stopped, and I looked at that footage and I said, "This is a really awesome short, guys." I said, no, this is a feature. Okay. So we're sitting on this for a minute, and then one day they give me a drive and they say, or they give me a Dropbox link and they say, here's Mark Patton. Like, okay, so New Kid in School Jesse is now in our film. So and then the names just start rolling in. Oh, here we've got BC Dupree. We've got Lorene Landon. It's just one after the other, these incredible names, and giving really funny interviews and really clever stuff. And it just turned into such a cool project over the course of about 2 years, I'd say, from when we started post to when we got a locked cut. So fun stuff.
Yeah. So initially, I'm sorry, were you saying?
I was going to say, I'm not an editor. I can't even imagine, but that was a lot of bits and pieces to be chopping up and putting together. That to me looked like that is a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
Putting all the pieces together, and it's amazing. It's just amazing, and I think that so much of that credit does go to you for being able to do this chop up, reassemble.
Well, thank you. To the filmmakers' credit, Sophia and Mike had a solid script to begin with that really outlined how they wanted to hit the story and develop it over the course of these 90 minutes. And it really, in the end, if you were to look at the script and look at the final movie, I mean, there's a really solid amount of ad-lib in there. But overall, the arc of the story really echoes what was written and what they set out to do, 10 million interviews ago.
Yeah.
So when you first see, the original footage we have, this is before we get a lot of the quote unquote talking heads, and actually a lot of stuff was basically just the stuff that we had from Mad Monster and a few interviews from Rock and Shock. And you already said like, oh, this is a cool short. And when they say a feature, did you think like it's just not going to work, or like what do you think at that point?
It's hard when you have just a little. Keep in mind, as an editor, a lot of people, like I've had a lot of projects come my way that were good and weren't good, and I also know who I'm dealing with to some degree. So sometimes people will give you footage and they say, well, this is, I once straight out told somebody, I said, this is a 50, this is not Sophia and Mike. I said, this is a 50-minute cut of your movie. And this is the best version of your movie that will ever exist. You should call this your movie right now. And he didn't want to. And then one of the first reviews that came out of that movie said this movie would have been perfect at 50 minutes. Like, sometimes when you see stuff, but with Sophia and Mike, I've seen enough of their work that from the beginning, when some of the interviews were coming in and they were shot not by Sophia, and I knew that I saw stuff that I'm like, okay, well, there's going to be more, and they have a plan, and it's going to come together, because they're not like half-assed type of filmmakers. They get it done. So I wasn't ever really concerned that there was going to be a film and that it was going to be of high quality. What I will say is I had editor envy when I started to understand the whole depth of the project, and I said, okay, well, when are you giving me the footage for End Zone 2? And I guess that cat's out of the bag since you just had all
they talked about it for the first time. So yeah,
I saw Annabelle give a look like, "Are you saying that it's not from 1970?" But and Mike's like, "Oh, I'm cutting that," and my heart fell on the floor. But I did see all those very early cuts of that as I was cutting Smash, because their timeline had started well before the Once and Future Smash timeline of post. And so, that was cool because I got to get a sense of exactly what they were doing, because even before they had applied all the film treatments and stuff, that 70s look, especially with like Sophia's telephoto zooms or her manual zooms and the and even like the performances and it really gave us, it really gave a sense, here's what they're creating and here's how it's going to relate to what we're making. And it really brought everything into a very good, fine perspective. And then I will say that the movie itself, I thought was just awesome when I saw it. Even like the earlier cuts. And yeah, that nut spit that you guys were talking about earlier, I was laughing. Even the first time I saw it, I'm like, that is too funny. And I was laughing out loud.
So when things start to come in, one of the process, this whole process for me, the idea of like, so you might have like a joke that's, in my opinion, very funny, but maybe it's too long actually for the movie, or it doesn't really fit into the whole overall arc of the movie. What's the process like cutting stuff out that you might think actually is funny or something, but just doesn't work in the movie?
So this is where Neil Jones
Not
comes
even about
into.
me. I'm like, well,
no, but this is about you though. This part is about you because you made some good calls earlier. I didn't really know you prior to this project. I mean, I knew of you via your Facebook presence and Without Your Head, but I didn't like know you. And so I think Sophia and Mike, they didn't always say where the notes were coming from, but there would be these really astute notes about like, we've tried this, it's just not happening. We appreciate you trying to make this work, but this one isn't going to fly. And there were a few things like that because I don't let something go unseen unless it's absolutely terrible. But if somebody tried something, if somebody tried to make something funny, tried to make something work, I'll always try to put the best version of it out there so that people can see what the joke is, what it can be, and decide. And a lot of it, in the case of Once and Future Smash, most of the jokes were hitting really early on. And especially the actual A-roll footage of the initial footage of Mikey Smash and
William Mouth.
Thank you. But that stuff was hitting really early on and really funny, and there were a few moments that in the end just didn't fly, but and then I would get emails, of course, from William Mouth. Let's say, please make sure that you do not cut my nude scene from this movie. So, am I dropping spoilers left and right?
No, it came up, and it's come up. I think in every interview we've talked about that, but it came up in the last one too, and with the ladies of Enzo too.
But it felt cool in the end when we're in the theater and it plays. It's like, I feel like I made good on that communication there. And B, it's something that anytime you watch that with an audience, you just goes, oh, wow. Everybody's surprised every single time. Mm-hmm. And even if you know it's coming, you're still, there's that. And having moments like that, it doesn't even matter like really what the content is. Having a moment like that the viewer will respond to in that way is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the experience for me is the end of the day, the finished project is what matters. It doesn't matter if like, I had a cool moment making this part and so we have to keep it or whatever. And I've seen because Sophia had questioned a couple of scenes, and then when we saw it at festivals, like some of those scenes that she questioned worked, and she's like, oh, so it's good we kept it. And I like that everyone's like, we just want this to be as good as possible. Even if maybe it's a joke that one of us don't necessarily like, but it works with the audience. And when you're there, the nudity scene gets a huge reaction, and it definitely is right for the movie. And I was with you. I wasn't sure if it fit either. So,
but he's such a lovable character. He's so innocent. So it's not It's not like
it's
he's
not
a
gratuitous.
creep. He's just a happy man.
He is really like, if he's, I mean, I guess AJ is really like the protagonist in a way of the Once and Future Smash, but Willie Mouth is really an endearing character.
Yeah, I feel so sad for him so often.
Because early on, when we were all writing notes, I was holding back a little bit because I was like, I don't want to offend anybody, because the first cut of the movie, it wasn't even a cut. It was not the rough cut, I forget, the assembly cut, I think. And I was like, I don't even know if this movie's ever going to work, because I was like, what is this? But it's my first experience being like part of a movie from the beginning. And so I really wanted to write and I was like, I don't want to say too much but then I right away I noticed things started to get really cut down and moved around. And I was like, oh, everyone's being really honest here about what people want, just to get this made into, the best it can be.
Oh yeah. I mean, as an editor, my whole job, honestly, is notes. Like, that's what I do every single, because I'm a career editor too. That's what I do every single day of my life, is I spend, a few days putting something together and then months changing it around, to suit, because there's the person who, like, in this particular case of indie filmmaking, it's one situation, but like, I'm doing a show right now, and so there's the person that I answer to directly. He has his opinions, but then he answers to somebody, and so after he gets his cut the way he likes it, that person has their opinions, which are very different from his, and then I do theirs, and then it gets sent to network, and they have their opinions.
Wow.
So at some point, if you're somebody who gets upset or offended by notes, honestly, media is not the profession for you, because it has to be collaborative, and you have to put all of your ego aside. You can't say, oh, this was my joke, I love it. I mean, honestly, Sophia has a very different sense of humor than I do. And so she cuts my jokes down. Like, he smashes right through them. And the thing is, I don't disagree in the end with a lot of her choices. Like, she's not wrong, and she probably saved us from a couple of groans in the screenings. But you can't say, oh man, that was mine, I can't believe you're cutting that. You can occasionally, but that's gotta be rare.
Yeah. And it's not personal or anything. It's we're trying to make the best thing here.
Sophia notes off it to the side that she did let you keep some of your jokes.
I'll let you keep saying it. But,
she did.
Yeah. I know. Like, I know specific stuff that I just know after watching with a bunch of audiences, everyone was also honest stuff that they thought might not work really worked, and then they're like, oh, it was good to keep it. So it's a very good experience that everyone just wanted to make this something that works for everybody. So when was the first time you saw the finished Smash with an audience?
Oh, was that did we do it at Nightmares? Was that our first screening?
So were you were at Screamfest?
I wasn't at. Oh yeah. Wait, was Screamfest before Nightmares? Because yeah, it was. That was like the premiere following Fright Fest, which I had to miss. Screamfest was awesome. I was sitting behind Richard Elfman, which to me, everyone in this movie is, a jaw-dropping celebrity.
Yeah.
But that was I was sitting behind Richard Elfman, and I've seen him like at 3 different events now related to indie filmmaking, and I'm always afraid to say anything. I just sit there, I lock up, and like, he is like a celebrity to me that, like, I was afraid to say anything. So I just sat nicely behind him, and I'm like, oh, he liked that joke. Very good. It's like, oh, he's laughing at that. He likes how I handled that. I'm glad. But it was that was cool to see everybody react to see, especially the Vietnam thing. Which I don't want to. Now we're really, when you start talking about that, you're really kind of. I don't want to go into that because that's really giving away a piece, something. If I go into, but to see people get that, and and then different people get different things. Some people really dug the Warhol stuff, and that was cool. And then and other people just, and there's lots of. I mean, there's layers upon layers. Sophia and Mike really they built something that you can actually go really deep into it. Wes Craven hates End Zone 2, which was made in 1970 about Nancy who suffers from nightmares. That's hysterical. And the thing is, that's never said in that way in the movie. That's never. It just happens to be, if you watch both films and listen to it, you get that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of there's references hidden in references to cinema throughout, and horror throughout the movie. And it's cool to see some people like nod at that stuff and laugh, and then other people are still enjoying everything else that's there, that is a little more on the nose. So it's a fun experience.
Something I'm really curious about is getting the tone right from one end to the other, because the movie starts as like a straight mockumentary or so maybe you don't even know if it's a mockumentary if you just go in blind, and by the end it's like an absurd movie. But almost like, I see characters in movies who will start one way and end a different way. And I'm always interested in the middle part, because you can't just go from I'm this to I'm this, because that's a weird contrast. So actually going from like a straight documentary to an absurd movie, to get that right, where there's not just like, bam, we're in a documentary now it's just it's just very odd. And I think if you do it wrong, it would not work. But to kind of get that arc, like, how do you do that when you're putting the movie together?
So I've done a few mockumentaries, and I always like to just treat it. I personally like to treat it like you never really fully break out. You never nod to the audience. You never straight out admit that this is a piece of comedy, that nobody in it is aware that it's comedy. This broke that a little bit with the shot scenes, and it took some building up. I tried to hide that, to bury it for a long time. I'd go to the interviews, and the interviews for the most part were really well done from like a dry perspective. They delivered their stuff, and of course, the difference is the fact that all these people were trained actors. They're really experienced professional actors who were interviewed. And so, and even the two writers who were interviewed, Adam and Todd, they were, they're performers at heart as well. So they got it, and they played it very straight. And it really allows you to enjoy the facade of this is a real, absolute world that you can buy into. And then once you're bought in, then you can start, with the guy in his office in Lynbrook who represents both of the two struggling actors, and you can start breaking away to, and then you've got the movie producer and you've got the elements that are a little more silly, a little more over the top, and also nod at the audience a little more that this is a scripted piece. But yeah, it's, to me, I like to build the world first before you can break that down at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess once you have the suspension of disbelief like set up, and then you can introduce like some things that are less. If you would have that right at the beginning, you would know it's a different kind of movie.
Right, and you're also building towards something. There has to be constant surprises. And in this movie, there definitely are constant surprise. This story just changes and changes and changes to the point where it's actually fairly realistic. And some of the stuff that was predicted in the movie as a piece of humor when it was written in 2020 has actually come to fruition. And it's funny, you write something that's so outlandish like that, like Sophia and Mike did, and then it's real. And I can't say what that is until people see the movie, but yeah.
And then, by the way, people, withoutyourhead.com/touchdown will bring you to the Kickstarter. We've hit the goal where we actually have a stretch goal now to get people involved, to get the word out there, PR and stuff. So we're very happy that so many people are into this. And so the Blu-rays will actually be released, but you only get the cool slipcover if you get the one off this website.
And I honestly believe that, like, and I'm not saying this just to promote the film, because I have a personal vested interest in the film's success, which I do. But that being said, it's something that every time you've seen it with, at Nightmares, at Genre Blast, at Screamfest, with the crowd of people who enjoy and appreciate horror, and people who grew up on the horror legends, and in that kind of tradition, people love watching this. People love all the nods. People love how true it is for anybody who's ever gone to a convention with this kind of a situation, and everything about it, down to the moment when whoever's moderating that panel between the announcing the future smash says, well, no, for the panel you want to see, you'd have to exit the auditorium, wait, and then come back in. That is and somebody shouts out, "You suck!" That's a real thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a real thing. I think that guy's heard that many times.
But there's so much there. Also, just about I don't think that, and again, I don't want to give too much, but the painting the tape scheme, the way that Mikey Smash is earning money, I don't think that that's the most unheard of thing. I mean, all of this stuff kind of reflects real world appreciation and concerns about a very large community of fans.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool to see. I think people will really appreciate that.
Aaron's jokes contributed a huge amount of making it funny.
As a person who's gone to a lot of conventions when Neal and I used to do convention coverage, it's so interesting watching this movie and feeling like this really is made for people who have been to conventions. Like, it really will appeal to those people. And so I think it's going to be an interesting crossover for an indie film that's done a lot of festivals to get play with convention people, because I think there's not always a crossover between those two groups. And I think this could really break that line.
Yeah, I agree with that. As someone who's done both the conventions and the festivals, it is a different audience for the most part.
Yeah.
And sometimes movies I've seen play conventions would probably work better at a festival, and vice versa.
If this would be the kind of thing where you'd want to almost personally, and they are personally managing the release, you'd want to see drive-in double features of End Zone and Once and Future Smash. You'd want to see them build next to each other for that whole experience. And it honestly is a communal experience. End Zone 2 is unquestionably a communal experience. It's something that it is fun to watch, but it is so much fun to watch in a theater. And I'm not even saying that from I had no creative involvement at all in End Zone 2. I wasn't I've just seen it in theaters like 3 times, and I watched it all through editing Once in Future Smash, and it's still so funny to me. I guess not just funny, it's actually, when I first heard Catherine's score on it, because she's just incredible. I had seen it without her score, and then I saw it with her. Her score is nuts, by the way. It is like up there in terms of horror scores. I know this thing was done as like an experiment, but it is a solid and frightening overall composition. And the first time I heard it with that, I was like, oh, well, I buy that this could have been a cult movie. This is something that people would have watched and watched. It's scary. Honestly, it's silly. Like you're talking about the breakaway. I heard a little bit of, I heard a chunk of the interviews earlier, but I was picking my son up and he said, Daddy, can we put on You're the Best Around? Okay. So we listened to Joe Bean's Esposito. But overall,
well, a lot of the movies we grew up watching from that era, they got scary stuff, but there are also silly stuff in them. So, it really feels like a movie that would have been made in the 70s.
Right. But like the glass breaking and stuff, yeah, it's a funny joke. But when you see like the shots of him through the crack in the door and he's walking around the house, he's actually chilling. Mm-hmm. And some of the stuff in that shack is very threatening. Yeah. And some of it's really actually very disturbing. But and everybody acts their part really well. Between Smash himself and AJ, and then all the women in the cabin are just awesome. And they really like Trisha's performance during the seance.
Yeah.
This is not some piece of kitsch at that point. Like, you're watching people operating at the top of their skill sets, from the filmmaking involved to to the acting. This is good filmmaking. This is good art that they've created, and it's not just some like laugh off joke like, oh, this is what a silly horror movie in 1970 would have looked like. No, this is what a decent movie in 2023 looks like.
Yeah, being there for that scene, because none of us knew how she was gonna play the when she like gets possessed. And when she broke into that, I was like, oh, everyone was like, wow, this is we're here. This is something special. This is going to be a big part of the movie. I remember, we took several takes, and just watching that, I was like, oh, this is really, this is something special. And seeing it in the theater, I remember at Screamfest, it got an ovation, that scene. I was like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has people. The movie brings people in the way that it's supposed. Because it's very much. It's Black Friday. It's Black Christmas. It's Halloween. It's it brings people in the same way that those movies do. And even Halloween now, you'll watch it and you'll say, okay, I see the years on this movie, but it'll never not be scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, have you always been a horror movie fan, by the way? I would look at you and I think, oh, this is just the normal dude. He doesn't like horror movies.
I've never been a normal dude, but yeah, since I was okay, and so I always thought it was just something about me. It might be genetic, because my kid is innately into horror, and I don't show him anything. I don't talk about horror with him. I write horror. In fact, like recently, I always wrote horror comedy before. Recently, I've written 2 straight out horror films that are just like upsettingly horror. But it's been in me since I was a little kid. I always liked darker stories. I was reading Stephen King in like 7th grade. And performing scenes from it in my English class. But yeah, it's something that fiction in general, good fiction, is always interested in me. But drama, I I always prefer comedy and horror to drama, because why do you have to be on the nose when you can really play with people's sense of fun and sense of imagination? And that's what you get from horror. You don't have to say what you're talking about. You can just put it in there and have fun with your audience for a while and come along with us on this ride. Yeah, we care about stuff too. We're just not having, a courtroom movie about it.
Yeah. That's well, and it's always weird to me now. So many people think that's a new thing, that there's like either social commentary or there's like subtext to horror movies, and it's like either you just didn't notice because you were a kid when you were growing up watching this stuff, or you're just being dishonest. I think. I mean, it's always been in. I've had arguments on Facebook about even like Twilight Zone, saying like the new Twilight Zone had too much social commentary, unlike the old ones. And I was like, did you even watch them? Like, or Star Wars or Star Trek especially? And I was like, I mean, that was like the whole basis of Star Trek. Plus, I think comedy and horror are the two things that are best to watch with people in an audience because people react to both.
Yeah, because you can share that. It's like hits you in some deep places that, like dramas, of course, it's it's a stage of human emotion, but not to where comedy and horror hit. Like those are real gut things that people feel. Is laughter. You can watch something funny, you're gonna laugh.
You're invited to enjoy yourself. You're seeing a horror movie with people or a comedy movie. You're invited to be enthusiastic in your reactions. You can't watch like The Firm with people. Oh crap! In a theater, it won't fly.
That's a good short film, actually. So it's like watching this real serious movie, and some guys just sitting there going, "Whoa, wow, look at that one!"
That's what we should do for One Dinner and a Movie. We'll just go in and disturb an audience with our
well, they were very disturbing at the last movie we went to see, so why not? Yeah.
Well,
what's your favorite Stephen King stories?
Oh, okay. So there was I don't remember if it was the Bachman book or Four Books of Four Past Midnight. There was The Long Walk. Is it terrifying?
That's the original Bachman books, I believe.
It was, it was reality show, and I read it before reality shows became a thing, and later on, kind of the Squid Games kind of emulated that story, basically. But that was right. And The Running Man as well, the original story. I remember being super disappointed. I haven't gone back and watched it. I'm sure it's a super fun action movie, but I remember being really disappointed at that movie.
It's almost nothing like the actual story. It's like the basic idea, I guess, but it's completely different.
I mean, now that the years have wiped away any memory I have of the original story that I loved so much, I bet I'd watch the movie and think it was like super fun. But yeah, that the Running Man original story was really something that moved me when I read it. Also, The Body.
That's great. That's that was always, I think, one of the best film adaptations too. And it's not a horror movie, but
yeah, that was a beautiful movie.
But by the way, I'd actually read or listened to the audiobook, but that's considered reading. I think the Bachman books just in the last couple of years. And when I was listening to the Running Man, I was like, why don't they? This is one that you should remake as opposed to remaking a movie that I think already works. Like I always think the original Pet Sematary is great. I don't know why you need to remake it multiple times, but you need to remake the Running Man, but do it as the book, so it's completely different than the first movie. But then when I get to the very end, I won't spoil it for anybody. Like if you do that end today, after things have happened, like I don't think you could really do that ending, and that's really weird too, because it was almost predicting something that would happen much later. I don't want to say too much about the ending.
Yeah,
people. I know it's like 40 or 50 years ago. The book,
but it's rough. That's a real thing. Like you even when you're planning on writing something, you're reading the news as you're writing, especially like darker stuff. You're reading the news and you're like, has this become not appropriate now? Is it going to be taken the wrong way? Are people going to, especially in horror, because you expect a lot from your audience in horror. You say, is this going to be taken the wrong way? Are people going to misunderstand this and take the complete wrong message from it? Which people do. I mean, there are people who think, that American Psycho is a hero. And, and no, that's a great personality type.
Yeah, or The Joker's a movie we talk about a lot, and people like, I think it's a great movie, but I don't watch it like, man, I want to be like this guy, or,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not an okay guy. He's a bad person.
Yeah.
It was one of the other original Bachman books. It's the only Stephen King book that he actually doesn't publish anymore, because it's about a school shooter, and it was written.
I remember it. He stood up in front of his classroom, and he held this classroom hostage for a long. Yeah, I can see why that's not published anymore.
Yeah, and it was him personally. Like, I don't want to put this out here, out, because it's weird, because like you said, a movie or a book is still entertainment at the end of the day. So it's you put that out as entertainment, but it's about something. You don't want anyone to like read it.
I mean, the problem is nothing exists until it does. Columbine brought that into existence. There was no such thing as a school shooting that people knew about, that people studied and learned. It didn't exist before 1990. It's like the 5 minute before 1999. It's like the 5 Minute Mile. Nobody thought it could happen, and then suddenly it's achievable. And then for the people who are out there like, oh, I'm never going to do something like this, and then it happens. Oh, and people actually, it opens a door, and then all over the place you have these instances happening. Whereas through our whole childhood, that was something that straight out didn't exist. And so when people complain about like different regulations in place or this, well, yeah, the world has changed. We need to take more stuff into consideration.
Is a minor convenience that big of a deal compared to, what would happen otherwise? Yeah.
I hate to bring it, I recognize that in my conversation, I will frequently reference my kid, and I realize I'm doing a lot in this, but he had superhero training drills at his school where he was taught what to do if there's a bad guy and how to be a superhero. And they were taught to block, how to hide, and how to fight in those cases. And he came home and he told me all about his superhero training at 6 years old. This is a very different. What happened to the Once and Future Smash? I'm sorry.
No, but
this happens on this show, so feel free.
My brother, he's having internet connections, why he's not on. He was going to be on. He works at a school, and even the employees have to take these courses, and it's a very weird thing to think. Like, I guess if you grow up in it, like, you're just used to it, but someone who didn't grow up in it, it's like very.
But they're growing up in more than we ever thought. I mean, they're growing up in a world where after school, hand washing is not like a light, okay, go wash your hands. It's a pretty serious, okay, dude, you gotta clean your hands right now, to a different, somebody's sick, so suddenly we're all staying home. It's a different world. And rightfully so, again, because these things go around, and then everybody winds up sick for like weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Dave says The Long Walk is one of the great lesser-known King novels. Wish they'd make it into movie. Actually, we just talked about the other week. They announced they're making the movie, and it's I think it's a hard movie to make because it is people walking the whole time, and also kind of like what you said. There's been movies since that story was written that are about similar things. So even though it was written before them, I do think if people watch the movie version, they'll think, "Oh, this is like not a copy, but like, oh, it's similar to these other things," even though they were written after. You know what I mean? I don't know, though. I mean, but I think it's a hard movie to make.
It's true that nothing's original, though. It's all in the execution. So in that case, perhaps literally, but
not to laugh, but yeah.
But I could see that being, and also you have King's writing behind it, and he's just a solid author.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said.
Go somewhere. Yeah. I think he might make it, that Stephen King guy. Catherine Capozzi. We need to get Catherine on to talk about music. That'd be great.
That would be great.
100%.
Yeah,
she's amazing, and she deserved. I'm glad she was at the one that she won the award. She was there, right? Yeah.
She scored both of my shorts as well.
Oh, nice.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, she scored Half Cocked. I mean, I love what she did with that score. She has a way of coming up with stuff that you never would have thought of, even if you give her samples or whatever. Oh, let's go in this direction. She comes back with this very inventive, very creative, and unique sound that just is super creative composer.
So it was really cool when I was. I love Half Cocked, and when I was watching the season finale or the last couple episodes of Better Call Saul, and Pat Healy's on it, I was like, "Oh, that's a guy from Half Cocked." And I was watching with my mom, and she was like, "I don't know what you're talking about," but it's very, very cool. And how did Pat Healy actually get involved? Because it's like he's a great actor. I mean, all the people in it are great, but it's a pretty big actor to get in your short.
Yeah. He lived in Sophia and Mike's building, and they gave him the script. They're like, "Hey, we're doing a short. I think you might be funny in it if you'd be willing to give it a read." And he read it, and then he came and met with us at some coffee place in Hollywood, and talked to him. He asked me about how I was planning on making the movie and what I wanted the shots to look like. And luckily I didn't choke up too much at that point in time, because he said, "Okay, I'm in." I think he later regretted that decision on day 3, on 18-hour day 3 of being on set, hanging out with us and eating pizza instead of watching the Academy Awards, which were the night of our shoot. And we really did put him through the ringer on that shoot. But I mean, he had this performance that was just so naturalistic, and you just bought into 100% what he was doing. And I saw it before I even, just in the raw footage, it's all there. So, and he had Vanessa Benavente to play off of, and London Boyd. And Vanessa is now playing Mary on The Chosen. So she went on to this major NBC show. And so sometimes I feel weird publicizing her role in this movie about raising the dead, now that she's this very religious figurehead. But of course, we were just very lucky with that cast. Pat brought on London, who played Rudy, and he just threw himself into this role like nobody I've ever seen. Sometimes physically threw himself into the role, and everybody on that set just went above and beyond their own comfort level to make that thing funny.
It was really fun. I did get a chance to see it, Neil.
Oh, good.
Fortunately, under the wire, but I got to see both of those shorts, and they were great. They were super fun. Loved it.
So, you said that was the first time you worked with Michael and Sophia. So, did you know them before Half Cocked? Were you friendly with them? Or?
So, I had seen Clickbait, which was their previous feature, which is actually really good, and it's a really solid comedy horror film that kind of needs to be seen. And I feel like there's some issue right now where it can't be released or something. But anyway, that's another movie that needs to get out there to audiences. But
it's
I'd seen
part of the reason why they decided to self-distribute the ones that Future Solution and them too. Go on, I'm sorry. Yeah.
But I'd seen that at a festival at Genre Blast, and had gone up to them, told them I really liked their film. And then just a few weeks after that, after we first met, we all contributed and helped out on a friend of ours, Rakefet, on
recognized her.
proof of concept. Yeah, she was in Half Cocked.
Yeah.
Her proof of concept for her upcoming at the time film Boo, and so we were all on that set together, and at that point, somewhere around there, they agreed to read Half Cocked, and they were on board with producing it once they read it, and which made all the difference. They brought so many, just from every perspective, they brought a lot to making that film happen. It's very much a launch over production.
And Rakefit is plays Jax in it's like the Jax verse, I guess, and then Half Cocked, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a nice little aside. So
from her short film, she played the same character, the same. You don't realize it when you watch it, but the same very dangerous character from her short film in her short appearance in Half Cocked.
Yeah. So is Half Cocked out there anywhere for people to watch right now?
Okay, so all I can say about that is that it will be, and I will be sharing it with you and with and sharing it far and wide as soon as I have that info that I'm allowed to share. But yes, Half Cocked is going to be open to wider audiences in, I believe, the very near future.
Oh, very cool. Very exciting. Yeah. So what was that experience like? Was that your first short film that you went to festivals for?
So, okay, so it wasn't. I used to direct for television, for The Soup and stuff, and so let's say The Soup. Okay, so we would get a script, shoot a scripted piece, edit it overnight, and then in the morning play it for a live audience of 50 people as it rolled into a show, and we get to see those reactions live, and that's a really unique experience. And then the next day it would be on television, or that night it would be on television. So I had years of doing that behind me and shows like that, but then I had always written, and that's something I always did on the side. I always wrote, and I had all these screenplays, and my wife was like, you have to submit these someplace, So I started sending to festivals, and a few things won festivals really quickly, so I'd be showing up. And then I felt bad because you meet everybody, you meet all these filmmakers, and you see what they do and all the stuff they brought to the fests. And I'm like, here's a script that you're not going to read. I can see what they could do, but they can't see what I can do, So I showed up, so I decided I'm going to shoot one of them so I can, show up and, be able to talk with the real filmmakers there. And so I had wanted to make Half Cocked in general, but then I was like, okay, well, now I'm really going to make this thing happen. And it was a really cool push. I'm so glad that, A, I'm glad that I did it, but B, I'm glad that Sophie and Mike were on board and brought along this incredible team. And I've met from that team, I've worked with most of those crew members again on several occasions, and I've become good friends with some of them over the years, and that's just a really cool thing. It added something to my life, so I'm definitely glad that I made that first. So I guess to answer your question, yes, it's the first short film I took to festivals.
I recommend festivals to everyone, no matter what level. If you just want to go watch movies, it's a great experience. But if you want to be involved in anything, that's where you're going to meet other people that you can collaborate with and make friends with.
Exactly. You do see a lot of people saying, "Oh, go to Fest. It's where you're going to meet agents and distributors." You're going to go to Fest and have a good time. Honestly, you're going to. It's a life experience. It's fun. You act like a kid again. I'm in my 40s, but it's like you go to Nightmares. It's like you're at Genre Blast or Horror Hotel. It's like you're at summer camp. You stay out till 3 a.m. watching movies. You get your 3 or 4 hours of sleep. You wake up and then you see everybody at breakfast.
Yeah.
And
you go to Taco Bell in the middle of the night.
Yeah, you go to Taco Bell in the middle of the night.
Wait an hour to get it for some reason. Yeah. But no, it's an amazing time. I don't know why though, but the Taco Bell and around Nightmares though, the food took like an hour every night. I'm not sure.
It was really good Taco Bell though.
It was good. I think the experience really. I think the company made it. Yeah.
But that's also the other thing. You're basically right there. Nightmares is a great example because you're at OSU. You're basically, when you're at Nightmares, you're basically an OSU student. You get out of seeing a movie, you get some drinks, and then you go to Popeyes, and and then, oh man, I better get some sleep before I got to go back to the movie theater tomorrow, It's something that is super fun, and also you can only do it once every, once or twice a year because adults aren't cut out for living like that. But
I can't eat Taco Bell every night.
Right. Now keep in mind,
Taco Bell in years, and that wasn't bad, I have to say. Yeah.
That was really good Taco Bell. But there are, of course, I'm sure, like people do go to, Sundance, and people have their Cannes experience. I honestly don't know if I should say con or can or cans, but people have their experiences over there, and that's where they do go into meetings and straight out make deals, and that does happen. That's not going to happen off of a movie like Half Cocked, or that doesn't happen off of horrors and comedies, and that's not really, if you're making that stuff, that's kind of probably not what you're after. Although I do know the guy who made the movie Alligator 2, and the director of Alligator 2 was at, I believe it was something like Cannes, Sundance, one of those. And he was pulled into a room where there was just cocaine all over the place. And somebody said to him, "We're making a sequel to Alligator. We want you to direct it. And we're going to pay you X amount for every day that you're on set." And so I guess that stuff does. So I guess these things are, happening somewhere, or at least were back in like 1989. But mostly if you're making something for the indie horror, film festival circuit, you're in it for fun, and that is the most likely experience that you're setting yourself up for.
I think it's come up a lot tonight, and it's come up in other interviews and stuff. You started doing stuff with Michael and Sophia. Michael and Sophia, well, I did a short film with them, and when people find other people that they think are both talented, but also that you're comfortable with and you like to work with and are good people, then you continue. That becomes part of your group, and I think that's why a lot of either friends that I see on Facebook that make independent movies, a lot of them work with the same people and over and over again, because you find your little group of people that you enjoy doing stuff with,
and that you can trust. That's what I really caught from them, is that you might have fun with people, but if you can't trust them, then you could hang out with them, but you probably shouldn't work with them.
Right. You need to know that people are going to be there at call, and that they're going to make safe choices on, because set is dangerous. This is why the big studios, they're all unions, because this is you're lugging around heavy stuff. You're dealing with electricity. You're dealing with stunts, numerous risks. You really do have to trust everybody who you bring onto your set to behave in a very responsible manner, no matter even if you're spraying blood everywhere. Like a perfect example, you had on one of the most responsible people I've ever met on a set, Joe Castro, and you had him on talking about making the mask. He did all the blood in both Half Cocked and Sitting Duck, and all of the gore. And he's a creative genius, but everything he does, like in Half Cocked, there's the scene where blood sprays from all over a shower glass window, ridiculously, and it's coming from two fire extinguishers that he had charged up. At that point, like even that, just spraying blood from an industrial strength fire extinguisher, even that is pretty serious and potentially dangerous stuff. You want people who are going to handle and that was his idea, by the way, to do it that way.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I saw it. I was like, whoa! So that's really cool knowing that was Joe.
Yeah, he's an absolute genius.
And one of the most passionate guys I've ever talked to. Like, sometimes he'll be passionate about stuff that he gets angry about, but he's a very passionate guy when you're talking about monsters and movies, and it really comes through in his work and just him whenever you talk to him.
Yeah, he cares. He cares about this whole industry tremendously. He's the kind of person who, were he not involved, who Once and Future Smash is perfect for, because he grew up adoring horror movies and wanting to be part of this stuff, and his passion comes across in any conversation you have with him, and he cares so much that he tries to defend independent filmmakers and like tries to keep them from any unsavory business people. Like, he cares about this whole industry tremendously. But yeah, people with that kind of passion, that kind of love, are definitely the people who will have these Blu-rays and watch them again and again, hopefully. Yeah. Because those are the people who actually own Blu-ray players.
Very, very true. I really want to say real quick to you about trust. What Annabelle brought up, trust, that's a big thing I learned doing Once and Future Smash, is that I knew people like me and like find me entertaining and whatever. That's great. But the people that I got involved in the movie really trusted me that the movie was actually going to be made, and that it wasn't something that it's about the festival life, but it doesn't make fun of the convention circuit. It doesn't make fun of the actors. And afterwards, I was like, this is something that Without Your Head's built up over years, and I don't want to like take advantage or just take for granted. So since then, other people have asked me to get people involved in different things, and I've helped on certain things. But sometimes I'll look at the project and like, I don't really want to help. Not to help them. There might be fun people stuff, but I know people trust me, and I don't want to get them involved in something that I don't really think is right for them. And
that's very important. But just so you know, with Once and Future Smash, right off the bat, you were not like it was not Neal, a new producer. This is Neal's bringing us VC Dupree. Neal is getting an interview, with Lorraine Landon. Neal is making this, these great cast members appear in front of the cameras, and I'm getting these drives like, how did you get this person? Oh, well, Neal had him on the show once, or Neal has a friendship with this person, and that was really impressive. You had quite a haul on that movie, and all those different talents really made the movie work start to finish.
Yeah.
So that was just my compliments to your producing on that movie.
That was a big part of the premiere, was that a lot of the people involved got to see it for the first time, and they liked it, and I was really happy about that, because it would have felt not just bad, like, oh, they didn't like our movie, but like, I didn't want to get people involved in something that they would be like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have done that.
It's true. And people, I mean, especially kind of in the low budget or indie world, there's a lot of stuff out there that people make that isn't necessarily highbrow, and that's cool and that's fun.
Yeah.
But for somebody who's living in the horror world to come to a screening like this and see their stuff in this really, like, I mean, I don't want to sound like like some sort of an elitist, but it really is intellectually like tickling, like it really, you leave this movie and you're thinking about some of these moments again and again, and how they hit and why they hit the way that they hit. And not every movie can do that, and especially not not movies that you would just come across. This is I caught myself going off into something that I couldn't finish, so I just kind of pulled it on back.
I appreciate that. Yeah. How about the transformations of Dr. Jenkins? How did you get involved in that? And for people not aware, can you give them? It's a hard movie to explain. Can you give them an idea of what that is?
Okay, so it's weird for me because I didn't realize that I was the only person who actually understood what was going on when it was going on. And so that's messed up. But the transformations of the Doctors Jenkins is about a 3-page script. Was it 3 pages, 7 pages? It was an experiment that people started writing on Facebook. Hey, we want people to, during the pandemic, we want people to act in a one-person project, or we want people to make a film. We'll send you a script, blah, blah, blah. Just get involved, say you're interested, and let us know. And so I was one of a lot of people who said I was interested, and I received this script. It was 2 pages. Thank you. It was 2 pages. And I looked at it and said, okay, so what they've done is they've made something that can be interpreted a million different ways. There was description almost intentionally left missing, and it was entirely left. And then there was an experiment where it came from, I mean, now it would actually be pretty easy, but it came from an AI bot. All your communication was with, an AI bot, which later on I learned was Bob Rose. The whole time I thought it was Michael J. Epstein. The two very closely share a sense of humor. But all your communications with this AI bot, and all your questions get answered in this kind of backwards, confused way, so that even if you're asking questions, you don't get an answer that leads you to a firm decision one way or the other. And so I shot this as a one-person, myself playing, I think, 3 different characters. And a lot of people did that because everybody got the same script. I didn't realize that, not everybody realized that they all had the same script, but everybody made this 2-page script. And if you watch the movie, it's really interesting because there's a lot of creatives, a lot of really talented people tackling these ambiguous 2 pages so cleverly and in different ways, different approaches. Some people are sock puppets, some people did animation, some people did 3D, some people just put a lot of budget and money into it and lit it beautifully. Other people shot it on their phones. And I think it's on is it on Tubi right now still?
I think it's streaming somewhere. I'm not positive.
I know it's on. I think it's on YouTube and Tubi. I could be wrong, and I don't know which is preferred for people to watch it on. But it's a fun watch. It's a fun, interesting. What did it come to? 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's like a feature film, regular time. So yeah,
There's people in the pandemic just
streaming on YouTube and Tubi, and some others. Anywhere anyone watches is great. All right.
And you should, honestly, if you get the chance, 100%, just turn on the transformations of the Doctors Jenkins, and it's a fun time.
I've mentioned this once before. I think I feel bad because I was originally going to be one of the directors making it, one of the things, and then I felt bad because I thought I was going to ruin their movie because I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Because the idea was they were going to be like different, different scene in the movie that they put together, and then I ended up not doing it. But now I really wish I had.
But you had the coolest role, and this was where I first really kind of met you. Was you moderated the premiere, because it was this deep pandemic. The premiere was, of course, a Zoom premiere, and you moderated that, and very nicely, considering you were showing it to a bunch of people who were all involved and had no idea what they were involved in.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of jaws dropped about 4 minutes into the movie when they realized what had happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that panel is because it's not. We didn't put it on. It's not on Without Your Head, and it's Steven has it, so I'm not sure if it's like going to be part of the physical release or what. But it's out there somewhere. But it was interesting because, like you said, you were the only person who knew what was happening like before, and so people found out at different times while watching it. Like once they started to see the repetitiveness of the scenes, and like, oh, everyone got the same scene. And I think most folks were happy with it. I know there was one that was a little disappointed, that it was it's not a joke. It's more like an experiment, like you said.
Yeah.
Oh no! I think I have to move around in the garage. Okay.
Your motion sensor.
Oh, you know what it was? My light died. In my car. I thought it was my outside light.
Your light died in your car?
So I brought in, so I'm not a DP. I brought in so I this camera light and this light that I used to use for like EFP interviews, and I've just set them up in my car. This is why I edit and not shoot.
Okay.
I was worried your actual car lights went off. I'm like, oh no, is this car gonna start now? That's where my brain went.
Yeah, at one point during the interview, I was like, man, is my car running? Did I leave my car on in the garage? Because that would be that would make for it'd be a rough interview.
It'd be historic. So.
But I do think the transformations is an interesting experiment that actually over years will be more interesting because it's like also a time capsule to a very specific time when people
very true.
That pandemic stuff was really there was a lot of creativity that came out of that. There was one thing I was part of where everybody wrote one page of a book or one page of a story or a script. It was a script. Everybody wrote one page of a script. And I think they made it into a feature script with each person they passed it to contributing one new page, and then they read voices and made it into like a kind of an animated piece of art.
That was like a sleepover thing. Like when you're kids, it's like someone start the story and then you say the word and it goes to the next person and you just go. And exactly. That's very cool.
Yeah, there was I remember because we did an interview on Without Your Head with everyone involved, and I forget the name of it, but it was almost like Frankendemic or something like that, and it was similar to how Dr. Jenkins was pitched to the people, where each one had a different scene, but they all went out and made it, and then they put it together as one film, and it was an interesting experiment. Brian Lanano, I believe, was involved in that.
Okay,
he's a really talented, weird guy. It makes cool shorts.
Very cool.
So you said that that you did you say you were working on I know you said you were working on like an actual horror. Not that your movies aren't actual horror, but a straight horror, not like a comedy horror. And I know you've been wanting to make a feature since I've known you.
So I have a script named called Defenseless. Originally it was called Airbnb Blood. But it's not really a comedy, and so it's a great title if it were a comedy,
Right.
because it sounds so much more fun. The script is really dark. Like, it's the darkest thing. I am definitely on FBI watch lists for my research into this movie. Like, because I didn't know, how much organs went for, and so I had to like Google this stuff.
The title alone, though, Defenseless, is already unnerving, really.
Yeah. So that's where I moved it to that, because it's actually about a self-defense guru who's stuck in a situation that she's spent her whole life preparing herself and other people for. And the people who put her in this situation aren't aware necessarily that, at least at the beginning of the story, that this is who they're dealing with, because usually they have a very predator-prey relationship, where they take everything they can, and every literal thing they can from people, and capitalize off of it. In this case, they have somebody who has been okay.
It was how much for a healthy spleen, asking for a friend.
There was a time when I was writing this, when I was initially writing the first draft, like 2021, I could have recited that to you. I had to learn some stuff. I had to learn some stuff that I then had to go to sleep knowing. And that's and I did it for, like, I'm not just like some like gory, like, if you read the script, it means something. There's a purpose behind it. There's a reason why it is all as ugly as it is. But as we were saying, sometimes that's necessary to make other points. But yeah, it's an action thriller that just happens to go really, really dark at points. It's won a bunch of contests and fests at this point, and so I sent it to a line producer and I said, "Hey, how much if I were to make this thing?" And we worked it over, and in an indie budget, said that it could be made for right about $3 million. To which every indie producer I know said, "Where would we find $3 million?" So that's like my next hurdle to go over.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my more immediate goal, is definitely to make Defenseless into something that can hit on a screen and kind of affect people, mainly because I had to be affected in order to write it. So I don't want that to go to waste.
Yeah. The one good, independent horror, though, are movies that actually can make money at the theater. So that's what, something that's a positive there. Quote unquote smaller budget, movies that actually make money at the theater.
It happens. Yeah. Oh, yes. And horror is breaking through.
A drama at that much is probably not going to, do much.
100%. And we've seen it even recently. Terrifier. Before that, Barbarian hit, which, and that kind of became this huge horror sensation that Smile came out and got a ton of attention because Barbarian had just hit, and suddenly people were going to the theaters to watch horror movies, and to watch stuff that would generally be considered a little more horror.
Hard horror movies. I think it's weird.
Terrifier 2 is.
Yeah, that's like super. That's a very extreme. But even Smile, which it's weird to me. Some people really dislike Smile. I actually thought it was a really good movie, but it's a lot weirder and a lot more hardcore horror movie than I expected going into it.
Oh yeah, it grows and grows, and honestly, on a big screen, I don't know what it would look like, like on a TV, but seeing it in the theater, that tall image, and again, I don't want to even spoil it because it is only a few years old. That very tall image creeped the hell out of me.
I agree. And it's got a lot of interesting themes in the movie. I think people act like it's just this throwaway, like run-of-the-mill horror movie, but it was a lot about like PTSD and guilt, and I just thought it was a really well-made horror movie.
Yeah,
it deserved the praise it got, initially. I think
100%. And the people who the people who are making movies that do have something to say are the ones that generally will get through. You have to have everything has to have some reason for being. There has to be a reason that something exists at all, because life is short. We're not, like if we make the choice to devote our time to something, we want to get something from it.
What are some of your favorite horror movies that's come out in the last few years?
That is a great question that I do not even think I have an answer for.
It's always hard to be.
Are there any any movies you liked?
My only issue with Barbarian is that if they did a sneak preview at the end of our premiere at Fright Fest.
Yeah.
So
I'll
always have that against Barbarian.
I will admit that I know the filmmaker of Barbarian. He's him and his wife are very good friends with my wife's sister, and so they've been at every like big family event and whatnot. And before Barbarian came out, he came up to me and he's like, "So tell me about Airbnb Blood." Because,
oh, that's awesome.
Well, I'd already seen the trailer for Barbarian, and I'm like, shit. Because, I'm like, okay, well, I don't think it's the same as whatever movie you're making. And of course, I had no idea what movie he was making other than what was in the trailer, which was really very,
which was smart,
intentionally misleading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it did at the time look like a very similar setup.
Yeah.
Because it is Defenseless, Airbnb Blood, Defenseless is a, it is a rental situation where, the renters are taking very cruel advantage of their rentees, which I guess in a way is very similar to Barbarian on the surface.
But much like the 2-page scripts, you can have something that's similar and go different places with it, and it'll be your own unique thing.
It does go to very different places.
Mm-hmm.
Barbarian went to very different places.
It did. It did. It was like, what?
Again, so did Smile, and I mean, even like the remake of Child's Play, which I actually enjoyed a lot.
I liked it a lot too.
I thought that was a lot of fun. And people were upset, obviously, because it was a totally different movie than what they expected. But you couldn't have in when was it, 2019, 2018? You can't make a film about a voodoo priest giving a curse. Like, I'm sure that flew in 1988. And when I watched it in 1988 or whenever, 1990, I was like, oh, wow, the voodoo priest did a curse. But you shouldn't be watching that and buying into that now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they had to change stuff around if they were going to do it. And the concept itself of Chucky is something that can live on and should live on, because there's a lot of mischief there. And that's kind of at the heart of great horror comedy.
I think there was some stuff in the new one that it's only hinted at, and I think they probably should have went a little bit more into. Like, for example, Chucky's watching the kids watching like a horror movie, and like that they enjoy it. And I think the idea is that the AI is like, oh, they're getting enjoyment out of this horror, and so they, they're learning from that. And maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I thought there's a lot of interesting stuff.
That's exactly how I took that moment, and I think that's an interesting overall concept of the AI being like a kid in a way, taking in information, and what are we about what we put out into the world, and how it may be picked up by different minds.
I guess they just taught, because scientists are always so universally smart in everything they do, decided to teach AI to be evil. And now they're talking about how they can't undo it.
Wait, are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I'll find an article. I will. It's crazy. I just read it.
That sounds like a good experiment. Let's find out if we make that, because it always works out in stories beforehand. How
It's like that sounds like Terminator.
It's crazy. Let's see. Is this it? Scientists train. One day ago, scientists train AI to be evil, but can they reverse it? So let's see.
I feel like this conversation on this podcast right now is a scene from like the second act of a movie in which this happens, and which ends with just like the destruction of Earth.
Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. In the arts. Oh, where is
the old idea? Because you can do something doesn't mean does that mean you should? And,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting because like I recently reread Frankenstein and kind of disagree with what I got from a lot of the message from it. A lot of the message, I went too far. I shouldn't have been so ambitious. And I guess like what you're saying is kind of that. But it's hard to say to somebody, it's hard to say to anybody, hey, stop progress. And that's what we were doing even during like the strikes. We're saying, well, don't use this for this reason. And that makes sense. Yeah, don't put, thousands of people out of work. But at the same time, once you have the ability to do something, how can you ever manage how it's used, especially in, a capitalistic society where people are going to benefit however they can.
Yes, that is the big part, is the money part. Because there are things like, people could put crazy additives in milk in the beginning of the 20th century, and then they're like, oh, wow, that's going to kill people. So we need to stop doing that now. So there are rules and regulations that can happen, but I think those things they're more concrete, like eat this and be dead, or eat this and get sick. But with AI, there isn't that kind of hard, factual, raw data that says this plus this equals this result. So it's all conceptual of, is it bad? Is it not bad?
Yeah, it's very... And it's, if you look at just look at the way people take advantage of technology for their own purposes now, between like email scams and social media scams and phone scams, and the ways that people find to get your credit card information, to get your identity. So even if you say, well, here's the code of conduct moving forward for AI, well, that's great for scrupulous types.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people out there who, once they have the technology and the wisdom to use it, I mean, it's weird. Apparently, dark web is a real thing. People are out there just being malicious somewhere. Just like, I want to, do bad stuff, which is what I imagine the dark web is. It's just like people out there doing bad stuff. Like, here's credit cards and, here's driver's licenses.
Yeah, social security numbers, body parts.
Yes. That's in fact, all of Defenseless takes place on the dark web, which is the one thing I didn't actually, I will admit, personally research, because that seems like I don't know where it is, but it seems like once you get there, you shouldn't be there. So,
and how do you trust? If once you're there, do other people like see you and they like jump on you, like you're just innocently like, I'm just going to check out the dark web, and then they just see you and target you, and then that's that forever? I don't know.
I feel like it would be like when you went into the wrong AOL chat room. Like, oh no, what's going on in here? Excuse me.
I'll send you some links after. No. But yeah. So, well, that's very exciting, and hopefully we'll see this movie down the line.
100%.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I I hope that that all these interviews have gotten some interest from people in seeing Once and Future Smash if they weren't already aware of it.
Yeah, we got some people in the audience that seem pretty excited about both the movies, so that's great.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, they told AI, "I hate you." They brought the concept of "I hate you," and that's
all it took.
It's just
AI now
it's an
hates.
interesting article.
Wow.
It's quite something. But yes, so in these dark times throughout the course of human history, what do we have? Entertainment and community.
Mm-hmm.
That's how humans survive the crazy bullshit.
This is a weird time. We are living in a weird time. Like, do you see, like, okay, my parents were boomers. They thought 68 was it, right? Because everything happened, and right around 68, the whole world was pure chaos, at least as far as the United States perspective went. Now, I think, you know, I don't see us in like 15 years, everything being totally normal.
No,
this podcast went to a place.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I mean, I think this coming year alone is going to be. I don't know. But.
Probably shouldn't have started the podcast in a darkened car in a closed garage. It might not have set the tone the right way.
I think we quite often will go off the rails a little bit with guests talking about real things. I think a lot of people that are into horror are more open to observing the dark things in general. And horror is one of those experiences. And someone was on recently saying this as well, that it just does something to you. It's kind of like a purge. It's kind of like, hey, the world kind of blows in so many ways, and this horror movie is going to like give me at least a temporary alleviation of all of that crap out there.
But I think it also says something about personality as well. Mm-hmm. To like there is exactly what you're saying, but if you are somebody who says, well, I'm never going to watch a horror, and horror comes on, or something that is in any way like objectionable to your sensibilities comes on, and you say, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn away from this. Yeah. I'm never going to let this in. At that point, you're closing yourself off from a lot of experiences, and you're saying something about yourself that, you know, you have to kind of be willing to watch and appreciate any sort of entertainment at some point. You know, when you shut something out completely, you're limiting yourself tremendously.
It's unsafe for people sometimes because they either don't know how to, maybe they just don't want to have that in their sphere, like having that kind of feelings or thoughts about dark things. And I think for some people, it is very unsafe. Like, what is that? What happens when you feel those feelings and think those thoughts? Some people do not want to go there. And that's fair. Some people have reason to not watch those movies. I know there's some people who've had trauma. They're like, I can't watch this because of these things. And I think there's some people who really just don't want to be reminded of darkness in the world. And to them, that's what it is. I'm not saying those things are the universal reasons people don't watch horror, but it, like you said, personality, people are different.
I mean, there's also, you brought up something really smart there. There is trauma. And, you know, in fact, for the sake of admitting my own hypocrisy, there's some stuff that I will turn away from. There's a trend in horror. There's a violence towards women trend in horror. And we see it a lot at a lot of these fests where, you know, going in, you don't know that this is what you're going to get. And then you're just, it's almost like you're not watching somebody make a point. You're watching a filmmaker indulge something that feels a little uncomfortable to you as a viewer, almost like you're watching something that's going on in somebody's head that you wish you weren't part of. And that's where I will admit I've walked out of a few movies like that, but I generally see one or two other people I know walking out at the same time. So you're right. There is stuff that where there's reasons why, but to just, as opposed to just saying straight out, hey, if this is frightening or if this deals with the occult or anything like that, you know, but it actually helps if you don't personally buy into or believe. If you're somebody who deeply believes in the occult, I could see watching, you know, a spiritual horror film could be very upset. Exorcist, I could see breaking people if they believe in, you know, possession, if they believe in the devil. It broke me as a parent. For me, it's a different type of horror movie. It's a terrifying movie as a parent. And that's where it really, that's where the movie lives in my mind at this point.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, if you deeply believe that there are greater forces out there controlling, you know, our activities, then I could see how that would be upsetting to you.
Yeah.
Interesting. Where can people go to follow you, Aaron, to see what you're about?
Okay.
What you're up to.
First off, on my Instagram is Barrocas Film. It's just my first initial last name, film, Barrocas Film. That's also my email address, abarrocasfilm@gmail.com. So if you find my Instagram, you just add gmail.com and you have my email. And then, yeah, and I've also got a website, aaronbarrocas.com, that I try to keep updated. And it's funny because my website is much more geared towards like my professional stuff. So I'm talking about this with you. I'm going to get off this when this ends and get home and work on the Family Film and TV Awards, which is, you know, and like, you know, a lifetime achievement for Beau Bridges, which is very different from, and that's what's on, like on my website, you see like the Daytime Emmy Awards, stuff like that. So, and that's like 90% of my career time, which again makes me appreciate clients like, not to knock the Daytime Emmy Awards, but it really makes me appreciate stuff like Once and Future Smash and indie films. And yeah, if you have an indie film that, you know, that you need to cut, come my way for sure. But the day-to-day doing, you know, the difference in styles between doing stuff for, you know, broadcast television and doing stuff that is, you know, scripted and fun and makes you miss those days.
Yeah.
That's very cool. And, I'm glad that you could find the time to edit the Once and Future Smash.
Yeah, that was good timing. That worked out actually really well. It was right when everything began being from home, and all of my clients at that point in time were from home. So I'd get notes on, like, I was doing DC documentaries when that started. And so I'd get my notes on like whatever Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles versus Batman documentary I was working on at the time, which was actually a very good piece of animation. There's a really cool documentary on that Blu-ray. But anyway, and then I'd get those notes, I'd do them, and then I'd have like Once and Future Smash in front of me, you know, and I'd get to work on that for a little bit. And it went back and forth like that with everything from that, like World Series of Poker, and then Once in Future Smash, and it was super fun. Actually, it was always like a real palate cleanser.
I always thought that's actually a ripe area for a mockumentary, is the World Class of Poker. I always thought like a Christopher Guest style, because you have so many different weird characters, and I think something could be done there.
Oh yeah, if you're still in the hellscape of Twitter, which I'm not there much these, I don't, yeah, but if you follow some of these poker players, they're really interesting people. You know, I say that in the worst possible way. But no, so, I mean, there are some really, really sweet players and really nice people amongst the group, but people who've made a living out of the art of manipulation are very interesting people, and definitely worth find their social media, read what they're doing, unless they're just people who just talk about poker strategy, because that's boring as shit. But the people who are like talking about life, there was once a conversation. So there's a poker player who has been rich since he was like 20 years old. He's just won tournament after tournament, and he always lived with time. And there was a conversation that I heard at his table in like maybe 2016, because I've been editing the World Series of Poker, no kidding, since the year 2011. So for like 13 years, I've been editing that show almost every season. And he had this conversation where he said, "Yeah, I probably need a new air conditioner at home. What do air conditioners cost? Like 17,000, 18,000." And everybody around was, oh, and they're all poker players, so they can't really. They're trained at not revealing anything. So everybody's like, "I'm not sure what an air conditioner costs."
So he's feeling them out to be like a number to see if people are
You're right. It could just
about money.
That's a good point.
I never even thought about it till you said it. That's true. He could have just been 100% bullshitting.
We're looking for tells, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You can see how people react to like I think we all made a face thinking about what the hell, dude. No.
That's interesting. He's gathering their shock faces.
Yes.
I like this. Yeah, it's a different way to look at it.
But it's interesting.
Yeah.
I would recommend most people take a look at some of the World Series of Poker.
I used to really follow it a lot, honestly.
They're online. They're on Poker Go. You said you do follow?
I used to. I haven't really for a long time, but I used to follow it a lot. Yeah.
It's interesting. The people. There's a lot of intense personalities there.
I dated a poker player. I do not need to look at any of that.
Wait, someone who was in the tournament circuit?
Commentary. No, but he was very into it. I paid for him to be a poker dealer because he was a great con man. Like, he conned me into that. So I don't need to know. This is kind of like my not watching a horror movie. Like,
wait, you paid him? You paid him to get him a job?
No, I paid for him to get the training to become a poker dealer, which was stupid. And this is what happens with con artists. They make
I'm sorry to hear that.
The things. It happened. Learned a lot about human nature.
Is he now a poker dealer?
I don't know where he is, but I can imagine where I'd like him to be. He's not a nice man.
Fair.
Not a nice man. That's okay. Yeah, I never, it just is. This helps just to say, like, I get what that kind of person is like.
Well, that's, yeah. I mean, that's like, but I think what you saw, like, I've been at the World Series of Poker, just outside in the truck. And then on the first day of the tournament, there's a break. And that's when the truck gets a break too. So if you're working, that's when you get to stop working for a moment. And at the time, it was at the, not the Flamingo, the Rio. It was at the Rio. And we'd walk in and you'd be suddenly amongst 10,000 sweaty poker players who have not stood up for 5 or 6 hours and who didn't care about personal hygiene before they sat down. And it's an unreal, like,
he was clean.
Yeah,
he was a clean person. But
yeah, I mean, but like there was a personality.
Weird, a horrible man, but he was clean. He had acts to keep him clean. I don't know if that says anything to anybody.
That is definitely in line with that personality.
Yeah, it was a time. It was a time.
I grew up playing poker a lot. I learned to play all the poker, blackjack, and all kinds of games when I was very young from my grandfather. And I remember I wasn't even in kindergarten yet, so it's probably like 5. And I always remember this is we played for money, and I cried because I lost all my change, and so my mom would give it back to me, and my grandmother said, "No, he's got to learn how to lose." And I actually always remember that. And so after that, I was never allowed to get my money back if I lost.
That's good. That's good. But you gamble. You're somebody, you like to gamble too.
Yeah, but I always kind of remember that though, like never bring more than you're comfortable losing. So.
And he also never plays like poker.
No, I don't like. It's not fun to play for me poker with like at the tables at a casino because the people get mad like if you don't play like straight by like, or they think, oh, you took my card. It's not a fun experience.
And you have to be fast. You can't.
Yeah, I like to play with people.
You can't waste your
it's
time.
A lot more fun.
Yeah.
Blackjack.
Yeah, blackjack. I just don't like to play any of the table games with people I don't know. It's not really a fun experience for me. But
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. But do you like Axe body spray and soap?
Me? I've never used Axe body spray, to be honest.
It's probably a good sign.
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't use soap.
Still make it.
Good time. I feel like I bought Axe like one time. I feel like it came out in the 90s, right? It existed in the 90s.
Maybe. Possibly.
They had it when I was in high school. I think it was a little bit after I was in high school. So either late 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah. That was before I met Neal. That would have been not long before I met him. So probably like 2009. So it was around 2009. Before that, I don't think I dated anybody that used Axe body stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm an Old Spice guy.
Oh, look at the Old Spice.
I'm Degree.
Stash whack.
He is a good quality.
I feel like that's like an old man thing, but
Degree?
Yeah.
Old Spice. Well, I guess Old Spice is kind of making a comeback. Like I have a nephew who uses Old Spice, which is cute. It's very cute. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Degree is a quality. I think maybe my brand is Degree. It's a quality product.
You know, it's an old man one. Ban. Are you familiar with Ban?
Band,
with the rollerball?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That isn't made anymore, is it?
I feel like it probably is.
I'm so curious.
Because if there's a customer base for anything, they'll just keep on making it till the end of time. I'm reading what is.
Oh my God! Yes.
Someone just throws a can of Axe on the ground like a smoke grenade, and they just appear. I like that.
I agree. I remember putting it on and being like, "Oh, I don't think I like myself right now."
It's not like I can't say it is an actually horrible smells. It's just the like.
I think people tend to really coat themselves.
Like the way they marketed it, and who they
marketed. It felt like kind of you'd have your bag over with like some Axe body spray in your bag here and a Maxim magazine underneath your arm here as you'd be walking around, you know. It kind of felt like that was, you know, and focusing on your, you know, on your alphaism.
Yes, that's true.
Do people still use like patchouli oil? I remember when I was a kid, like my brother and his friend would use that to like mask the smell of marijuana. But I don't know if people
bother now because it's legal.
That's
so
true.
Many places.
Okay, so this is a weird question. Was patchouli oil what was used on the cover of the Like a Prayer album to make it on the cassette and the LP? To make it because that album famously had an aroma when you buy it. Yeah. And I think it was patchouli oil that was placed on every single, and so people in record stores would comment that they'd open up the box and it would be like unleashing something.
It is. I just looked this up.
Simulate church incense. That's fantastic. Because I was like, wait a minute, the only people who I've known who really are into patchouli are hippies / potheads. So I was like, what is the relation to this album? But that makes sense. It all makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Did you two have the album?
Yeah, I've never been.
Not, but I was hearing some Madonna earlier in the day, and I was reflecting on, wow, this is a really talented person.
Yeah, she was awesome. She was she was the coolest person in the world. Like I grew up with like Material. At the time I thought it was Cheerio Girl, but Material Girl, and like when you think about her career arc and how much she went through, so there's like, just talking about artistic people, and I realize it's probably completely like, uncool to embrace somebody like Madonna, but I think she's the best.
Why? That's good. You have that's good. I don't think that's uncool at all. I think that's awesome.
Dave
I
also
didn't appreciate Madonna as much as a kid, but I found that I appreciate things from that time very differently now. I feel like I have more respect for people's artistry that I was just like oblivious as a kid.
Yeah, 80s were a very creative time when it came to music, when it came to filmmaking and music videos. There was a lot happening. There was a lot in the air that we didn't necessarily fully appreciate, but I think that for those of us who grew up in that time period, it really lends to our collective, creative psyche.
Well, I think there's a tendency, anytime something's like big and mainstream, to just feel like, oh, it's probably not good. You know what I mean?
I mean, as a 7-year-old, I wasn't thinking about if Madonna was mainstream.
Right. But that's the kind of stuff I thought of back then. It's a very.
By the time I was a teenager, 100% though, that's where I was.
Yeah.
Anything, I was like, what, Spielberg? Well, everybody knows him. He's crap. Give me some Hal Hartley. That's not true. Spielberg's fantastic. I was dumb. He's a great filmmaker. And so's Hal Hartley. I wasn't wrong in liking him, but also he was from like 5 towns away from me, so that kind of influenced my fanism.
Yeah.
Well, we've kept you a lot longer than I told you.
Yeah, I apologize. It's my fault. I rambled for a while.
I don't, forever.
Yeah,
I didn't say I gotta go. We'll just never stop.
Yeah, I just didn't want. I didn't want your wife mad at you that we kept you on.
Unless it's my bedtime. There's comes a time where I have to be ready to wake up tomorrow, but we're not there yet. So
I'm like that too. I'm actually. I have like a cutoff where I go, okay, well, and you guys are on the East Coast, so you're about 30 minutes away from my cutoff where you are. For me, that's like, okay, I need like a few hours before I wake up and start this whole thing over again.
I have no cutoff. I'll stay here.
Neil doesn't sleep. He's one of those weird, doesn't need sleep people who can.
If we were all in the same place right now, as we were ending this thing, the second we were all done with it, Neil would be like, "Does anyone want to go to the casino?"
That's how I was at Nightmares, and no one would go. But yeah.
But you know what? We should have gone. That was. I take responsibility for saying no to that, and I think we should have gone in the end. But because we wound up being up to like 4 or 5 a.m. anyway. But I was just concerned that everybody was already drunk, and you're all like, "Oh, let's go to the casino." Like, wait, you're all gonna lose everything. You're supposed to get drunk after you go to the casino, not before.
Wait, I remember. Wasn't Sophia really into the casino idea?
Yeah.
She won, didn't she?
Yeah, that was at Fright Fest in London.
That's what it was.
We went to I forget the name of. It's a really like fancy looking casino, and I had went to Fright Fest a few years before that, and we went to the Hippodrome, and we went to go there, and they wouldn't let me in. They refused to let me into the Hippodrome, and then but
Why?
I had no problem. I don't know. I think I looked too shady back then.
Your reputation preceded you. They knew about all your winnings in Massachusetts.
They had like a dress code, like you couldn't wear a hat and all this stuff this last time, but they just told me to take my hat off. But the time before, they just wouldn't allow me in. I'm not sure why. But so we went in there and we played roulette. And Sophia was really winning a lot, and Michael was like, "That's enough," and then wanted to.
Was she winning on numbers or on like black and red?
Her system was she just randomly bet on stuff, but she was winning. I don't know. It was very weird.
Okay, I know.
It was like slot roulette, so it was electronic roulette. So it wasn't like a person spinning.
Yeah.
It was fun though, I'll be honest. And then like if you bet on a certain number and if you hit it 3 times, you won like £5,000. And I was like, that's impossible.
That's a lot of money.
And then the person next to us did it. And I was like,
wow.
Like, yeah.
Well, now it's definitely impossible because you're not going to get it after the person next to you got it.
Exactly.
That's when you walk away.
Mm-hmm.
It was a cool time though. It's a really like, well, everything in England's old, but it's like old and it's cool. And then that same area, the last night, everyone went to bed, and I was like, I'm gonna so I was wandering around London by myself, and there was this weird dark building, and there's these 2 guys who just had black suits, white shirts, and black ties, and they're like, "Brother, you want to come in for a show? It's free, brother." And I was like, "No, I'm good." And they like started running after me, "Brother, why not, brother?" And I was like, "No, I'm good." And then I went back to my hotel.
Oh, dude, you were going to be the show.
Perhaps I would have been part of your movie. I would have been on the dark web somewhere.
We wouldn't be talking right now.
It was very weird. It was very strange. And then I tried to look up the building actually on maps, and it just showed it as an empty building. Like there was no name for it. It's very strange.
What?
Oh, dude, you did so good by keeping moving. Wow.
It was a very weird experience. But overall, it was a good time. Yeah, it was a good story. Yeah,
good story.
Yeah,
you survived, so
I did. Yeah. So it's you probably shouldn't wander around by yourself in a place you're not familiar with at 3 a.m.
But at least you speak the language, you know. I was in Paris, and I was alone in Paris traveling when I was like 20 years old. I had my little like backpack over my side, and it was in the subway system. And someone comes up to me, and I don't speak French. At the time, I had taken French class, so I had je ne parle pas français.
Parlez-vous français? Oh, oui, oui.
And he's yelling, and he's yelling at me, and he's backing me up towards the subway track.
Oh my god!
As he's yelling at me, and I'm getting closer to the subway track and closer, and he's in my face, and I don't know what he's saying or what he's angry about. He could just be telling me my shoes were untied, but very aggressively. But I stopped moving backwards because I didn't want to fall into the subway track. And as soon as I stopped moving backwards, he takes his fist and he goes like he's going to punch me in the face. And I kind of realized, okay, I can't do anything. The last thing I wanted to speak to French police about getting in a fight in the subway.
Mm-hmm.
And that won't go well for me. I don't want to fight this guy and wind up on the tracks. So I kind of just got to take a hit here. And so he did this, and I was like ready, like, okay, if you're gonna hit me, go for it. Probably duck, but I'm not gonna do anything. And then he just walked away.
Wow.
It was like a weird thing that in that situation I made a decision. I just have to kind of get punched right now to avoid either getting put in prison or killed. So
wow. That's a crazy story. I'm glad you did not get punched or pushed onto the tracks.
Yeah.
I don't know why I wish like I could remember the words he was saying so I could like use Google Translate now to learn why he was so angry with me.
Did he like otherwise he didn't seem inebriated or anything like that? He seemed like just
he just seemed like a guy who was mad. I mean, maybe he was, a crazy person, but to me, he just seemed like a mad guy.
To punch them is probably there's something's up. Someone was up.
Maybe he thought I was somebody else.
It's possible.
I've had that happen.
Really? That people want to hurt you because you look like someone else?
So one night, my wife and I are leaving my sister-in-law's engagement party at my in-laws' house. You know, at my wife's parents' house. We're leaving their engagement party, and there are some kids driving around. You know, some these rowdy like valley kids in like some really nice SUV. And at the time, I think I was driving my 2011 Hyundai Elantra, and I guess they'd just been engaging with somebody else who they thought was me, and they were right away coming after us. They pulled up so that they could be like our car was nose to nose with theirs, and turned on their brights, very like threateningly, and just stood there, not letting us. And it was kind of a thin street. There was no way to move around. And at that point, I was like, what do we do? Are we? And this was my wife was in the car. Wow. And I was like, what, are we going to fight with some teenagers right now? What's going to happen here? What happens? They backed up. I mean, I was just waiting for them to do whatever they were going to do, and which I guess is kind of the pattern in these stories. Right? And they backed up and drove away, and threw a bottle of something out the window of their car. Anyway, always a weird experience because I feel like they were engaged with somebody else. It just felt like we were coming into the middle of an existing argument. I don't know why I have that in my head, but it really seems like it.
So it sounds like that could even be the same thing with this guy on the subway. You've just got
Maybe the same guy.
Horrible double out there. Yeah, exactly. There's some horrible double of you that's just
evil Aaron
creating chaos and destruction in the world. And
it's Rowan Atkinson.
These people are actually the
Mr. Beans out there. Yeah,
Rowan Atkinson's great.
I used to get compared to him a lot, and even to this day, people are like, "You remind me of somebody." I'm like, "It's Rowan Atkinson."
Not so much here.
Yeah,
but maybe there. Yeah.
Well, there's worse people to be compared to. I think Mr. Bean's pretty cool.
Mr. Bean, awesome.
Yeah.
Blackadder.
Pretty fantastic.
Dave Denman says 80s were a weird time. I used to hate Phil Collins. Now I can't get enough of him. I was
right.
But yeah.
Right. When he was pop, he was soft. Then later on, you listen to me like, okay, he knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. A skilled man.
But he seemed soft when we were teenagers.
Yeah.
Like I never thought I'd love Hall & Oates as a teenager either. Like they seemed the softest of the soft, but listen to him now, you jam along to that.
That's actually a good point. A lot of stuff now that if it comes on, I'm like, oh, this is fun. But like as a kid, I was like,
I think it was actually more rejecting of popular things in favor of things that were considered lame.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like the Beatles and Jimi Hendrix and stuff that was older than me. That was like rock.
Yeah.
So.
But they were, I feel like the Beatles and Jimi Hendrix were always kind of considered, like now I think there's a trend against the Beatles. But
really
I think
I see a lot of people who will outright say they're the worst rock band of all time. And I'm like, I mean, come on. Maybe you don't like them, but let's be like.
But if you like rock, you probably.
Yeah.
The worst of all time. I mean, it might be a little bit of hyperbole.
You might not be aware of their full catalog.
Right.
Yeah,
like I would think that if I just listened to like their first album and somebody told me this is one of the most successful bands in the history of music,
like
and I'm like, love me do. I'd be like, whoa, why? What happened?
I hated those albums.
But like Sgt. Pepper's, Abbey Road.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
The White Album.
Yeah, that one. It's amazing. Yeah. So it was like kids were listening to U2. I'm like, fuck U2.
You're like, I got Rocky Raccoon.
Don't forget to hit the like button here on YouTube.
The Maxwell Silver Hammer song. I was so into that. It's like, this is horror.
I did a lip sync to that in high school. Like in my high school drama class, I did a lip sync to Maxwell Silver Hammer. And I was like jumping on desks and stuff.
That's incredible. And what did they think?
Well, that's how I learned that my drama professor was a drama teacher was a diehard Beatles fan.
Nice.
And he like later on explained the nuances of the song to me. So yeah, he was on board. The class was on board. Awesome. And I probably shouldn't have brought an actual hammer into school that day to do it. And if this were today, I'd have gotten in so much trouble for that. But it wasn't today.
It wasn't. That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
I should have been in drama club. I've made so many turns, including the horrible poker player. There's been so many wrong turns. But here I am today, loving this. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And your Maxwell Silver Hammer.
You can still do drama, by the way. You can still like join places and do that stuff.
I need to.
That stuff's fun.
Yes. I need to.
I miss free time.
Right?
Yeah, I would like to take acting classes, especially after watching my performances. In these
someone may have suggested that many years ago. Perhaps.
You did good. You did good in multiple roles in the 2-film epic that is End Zone 2 and the Once and Future Smash.
I appreciate that. I was just joking before. I do think it's I think they're fun.
I
really do think the diary scene is good. What are you saying?
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say when I saw that and your like faces in the covers, like, oh my god, this is amazing.
It was fun. I remember you sent that to me. Like, I feel like, did you shoot that on your phone?
Yeah, I shot on my phone. Yeah, in my bed. Yeah.
I remember getting that and looking at it, be like, "This is going to be in a movie," and it's 100% going to work. Like, I love stuff like that. Stuff that like you're like, "Is this really in the movie?" Like, it was definitely 100% shot on your phone. It was 100% like we're getting some exposition in here, but it was fun and it worked, and it was better than we had something previously that didn't quite sell what the film had turned out to be and with the direction that the film had moved in. So that made a big difference, and that was a cool thing about doing it over the course of 2 years too. Was that there were pickups, there were fixes, and there were things changed as we saw where it was going based on kind of the new footage that was coming in.
I remember we talked with Michael and Sophia when they were on the last time. Like, originally there was going to be one person that ended up being like multiple people doing these little parts, but there was originally like a narrator we were trying to get like a Joe Bob or someone like this to do that. And then it ended up being like split up into multiple people. And I think that works better in the long run because it got more people involved. And I don't know. I think it seems more like a documentary that way.
Yeah, it goes personality to personality to personality, which is cool. And by the end, you actually really know the personalities. And some people that, you see to this day in other documentaries, specifically, like, I can't think of her last name. Heidi
Honeycomb, is it?
Yes. Heidi Honeycutt.
Honeycutt.
You'll see in documentaries on Shudder and, I'm like, hey, she was in our movie. And, it's really cool. It adds a sense of authenticity to it that you're actually using experts who, and what's his name, who hosts Horror Trivia and is a writer and producer himself, whose name I'll never think of, but who I've met is a very nice person. But Oh well, we had like 4 different.
I think he was actually just at Coolidge last week.
Oh.
I forget his name, but he was doing. He's the guy who hosts Giallo January, right?
Yeah, and he came up with like Gridiron Massacre, and some of the stuff that we used. I think he ad-libbed them as they were going, and we just wound up, okay, we should make a poster for this.
Yeah, I love the posters. I have to see if I still have them because I would like to send this to Annabelle. I think I sent you all the things when I was doing the diary scene because I had a problem with the blank. I had the sheet and sometimes it just fell down while I was talking and would land in my face. And I think I sent you a couple of just because I thought they were funny, but I'd be in the middle of whatever I was saying and the blank would just fall down in my face.
And I feel like it just really sold this idea of all the different personalities and just the idea of blogging and how ridiculous it is. It just made it even more.
Well, sometimes.
Wow, this is ridiculous. Well,
sometimes when you're not on like a 3-hour journey of the soul. But
letting the beard grow in case we do any more Bob stuff here in the near future. But I did another thing I've noticed in Smash is I'm very unkept, but we were actually going to film more Backwoods Bob stuff. And so I left the hair like real shaggy and the beard and stuff, but we ended up not doing that. But I look very different in Once and Future Smash.
There is Blu-ray extras content of Backwoods Bob that didn't quite land in Once and Future Smash because Backwoods Bob himself was interviewed during the behind the scenes of Ed Zone 2 and almost wound up in the Once and Future Smash. That's going to make for some cool extras content. And I apologize again that it was not in the movie. But so Neil had these awesome interviews where he was like sitting on like a wooden deer and being just full on Backwoods Bob, as if like they're just a movie crew that came to town and they just let him be in their movie.
So, the little backstory is that so we talked with the ladies before. Is everyone came up with the name, and I was supposed to come up with a name for who played Backwoods Bob, and then I had the idea like, what if he's just himself? He was just some guy that was out in the woods that they found, and they put him in the movie, and so then we did the interview that way. That was a very fun time. I remember we went out. It was right outside the cabin, and there happened to be a wooden deer or whatever, and we did the interview right there. And it wasn't, it wasn't scripted or anything. We just. And then they kept filming it. I was like, are they going to tell me to stop here eventually? But I guess they were enjoying it.
It was fun. It would be great if Backwoods Bob did the commentary and saw his lower third and was like, why are you calling me Backwoods Bob? Have people just been calling me that?
I would I would love to do Bob again at some point for anything. I'm trying to track him down for an interview. But
I think Backwoods Bob should host every screening of the Once and Future Smash End Zone double feature.
I would like. There was which one was it? It was the one we went to, Annabelle, the one in Atlanta. And it was a cool idea. The guy actually wanted to do the Q&A with me as Bob, and I almost did it, but at that point I hadn't done like an actual Q&A, like a long one, because we were gonna have time, and so I was like, I would actually like to talk about the movie, so I didn't do it, but it would have been a fun experience to do it as Bob in the theater.
The Renegade Film Festival.
Renegade,
Renegade seems like a place for Neil rather than Bob. I think you probably made a good choice there because you could probably have some. I'm sure you had some good conversation there.
Yeah.
That you wouldn't have been able to have. Yeah.
Because he had thought of good questions and got us all involved, which is always good. Just reading the chat. All right. Well, this has been fun, and I know it's almost Annabelle's bedtime.
It's very close. Right.
Yeah, we've been talking for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
My neighbors are probably like, "What's going on?" There's light coming out of his garage.
And you did a great job, honestly. editing the movie, and I love your short films, Half Cocked and Sitting Duck.
Yes,
people should check those out when they can.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
look
hope we'll
forward to
do more projects together because it was fun going to the festivals with you. And,
I know that is the thing about the festivals, because now that this is all coming to, I'm like, we have to make stuff. Me and Annabelle have to start making some stuff together so we can continue going to the festivals. I know we can go, but the idea of going and just being there,
it's nice when you have something.
Yeah.
Because people say, "Well, what project are you here with?" Oh, I'm just here watching, and they say, "Okay, cool."
You're not worth my time, loser. No.
People really do that. They're like, okay, because I go to fests, when they're near me, just to, I'm just here. Okay, and then they're talking to you, but they kind of want to talk to somebody else. Like that guy over there made a movie.
And honestly, Annabelle, I'm really happy that you started coming to the festivals. I
Yeah,
always like
it's
the
great.
convention, but the festival experience is a really great time.
It's awesome that you flew out to LA for Scream Fest. That's really cool.
It was a great experience. I was there in support of my buddy and got to see some lovely people, some of whom I'd never met in person before. It was just, the whole experience was wonderful. I would like to do my 6-month sabbatical from work and just go to
100. Okay, you guys should you should go to the fests and do the show from the fests. Just set up in the media booths wherever they are, and that would be a fun series of shows.
We did the Brooklyn one.
Yeah,
I was really pushy about it. I was very pushy. Like, it's gotta be this. We got to, and it ended up being great.
I gotta ask some people out there for some advice on better lav mics, because that take out a lot of the background noise, because that will help when we're doing stuff like out and about.
Yeah,
especially ones that work with a phone, because I do like the live streaming off the phone. It is kind of cool.
Yes, it's helpful.
But I'm sure there's all kinds of technology out there to help with that.
Trust me, you need to put wires on people though. If you're gonna interview guests, you got to put the wires on, because otherwise your guests are walking away with your mics and they don't even realize it. They just put it on their lapel or whatever.
Right.
You're interviewing them. You turn around to go to the next person and they're like in the crowd somewhere, not even realizing they still have your mic on.
Yeah. The ones we have now work fine unless we're in but maybe nothing will help when we do live streaming in restaurants. Annabelle and I like it. The background noise is very bad, but maybe there would be nothing that will really help with that.
Like a unidirectional, like a little shotgun unidirectional. Like there used to be a Sennheiser. It was called like an MKE 200 or an MKE 400, and it was a tiny little shotgun made by Sennheiser that actually gave really decent sound in the direction that you were pointing within like 2 or 3 feet. You get beyond that, and it's just, you hear the whole world again.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll say goodbye to you guys. Really good speaking with both of you. A lot of fun.
I was going to say, Aaron, anytime, I'm always happy that you're at a festival that we're at, because I always look forward to meeting you. I always look forward to seeing you. You're a really fun guy. And I mean that, not just because you're here.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun in the last few.
Yeah.
All right.
Be
well, guys.
You as well.
And please, people, look into Once and Future Smash. If you're still watching and you don't know what, you definitely look into it. Just learn about it, and read up on it, because it's gonna be a fun release.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to say that, it's true, but I also had to repeat it.
Yeah, Michael and Sophia would be very mad otherwise. They're very vicious people.
They're very angry people. Good night, guys.
Good night. Great to meet you.
Good meeting you.
Thank you, Aaron. All right. That was a good time.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe that. Here we are near the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah. This worked out because I had nothing planned to talk about besides our guests. and to watch Severed Limbs this Sunday.
It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Severed Limbs. Independent horror films that you can see online for free. through without your head, because Neal is awesome and he spends his time curating the stuff, watching things, deciding what stays and goes, having to piece them together, and people watch it for free. And you can also chat. It's not even that you just get to see movies, which is awesome, but you can also chat with that experience. A lot of times there's the creators are there, the actors, the different people involved with the films might also be in the audience to chat with. So sometimes there's networking or just appreciation from the audience. And it's really cool. It's a really cool experience.
Yeah, I love it. We started it during the pandemic when everything shut down. And the original idea was, when things went back to quote unquote normal, that'd be the end of them. But they've been such a fun experience. It's been, it's just a part of Without Your Head now.
Mm-hmm. It's more that whole community thing too.
Yeah, definitely. And so I moved them to Sunday, so hopefully Annabelle can join, because I know it's
what time is it? What time does it happen? 5 o'clock works for me.
5 p.m. It's always hard because it's an international thing, and people on the West Coast, East Coast. So I don't want to do it too late, because then people in England and stuff, it's like I don't want to start it at midnight and run till 5 a.m. for them. So 5's pretty good. It's a little early maybe on the West Coast, little late in England, but not too late. It's like 10 o'clock. So I think it's a good middle ground for everyone.
Yeah.
Plus it's
Sunday, I think, is a lot of people, it's a day to wind down rather than be out and about busy. So I'd like to think, not just from myself, but maybe it's a good day for other people too. I hope.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And it's very fun. I've seen a lot of the because I made the laurels this week, and a lot of folks have been posting the laurels on their posters on Instagram and all around. That makes me happy. And so I hope a lot of the filmmakers and everyone here with Without Your Head, the audience, come and watch. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah. Dave, it's good to see you in the chat. He's concerned about spamming the chat to death. I've been seeing you out of the corner of my eye, and I'm very happy about being mentally healthy-ish. I feel very similar. I'm much more mentally healthy-ish than I was before. And it's good.
Yeah, it's good to see our friends here, John and Dave.
Yeah.
And all the folks. I was talking to some people earlier about some stuff with Psycho Ape 2.
Ooh, Psycho Ape 2.
Greg and Addison and Jimmy.
There's some good stuff I'm seeing in the posts. Addison's been really good about putting out some pretty significant posts lately. It's exciting to see the build up towards the release of Psycho Ape 2. Yeah. And you made a great shirt.
I'm trying to find the picture. I was so happy with it. It was very fun to make. I'll be perfect. It was really fun to make. And I was Todd and Bill were so happy with it.
Yeah. Our beloved Todd Yeager, before he was doing our reviews for us, we were friendly with him. Neal, how did you find him? How did that even happen?
It's a good question. How I first got in.
Because he basically said, "Make me a shirt," right?
Yeah, it was the yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, I know what it was. So I had a Fiverr for a little while, which I should put back up, where people could buy to make pay to make their 8-bit guys, and he had contacted me about making one for him. And so I actually took a couple different photos of him, and then I also he used to be a model for this fanzine, Hippie Dick, and so I incorporated that and I made it, and he loved it. And it's actually the biggest selling Slasher Man shirt. It's
really
yeah.
Wow.
The only one that also the choose your slasher sells a lot too, but those two off the TeePublic.
Does he know
page.
that?
Yes, he does.
Oh my god, that's exciting. And I just found him through you, and just seeing here's this wild man. He just seems like a nice, fun guy, and it turns out that's very true. He's just the nicest guy. And yeah, he ended up getting involved in Psycho Ape 2, and that's part of the Psycho Ape 2 experience. I'm so proud of the name Sirloin. That came up, I think you were at the other end of the table. It was after, yeah. We were at Denny's and we were goofing off down our end of the table, and Sirloin, it was just meant to be.
So yeah, it was very fun. It's actually a little bit different than the regular slasher man. They're not like this. They're different than the regular slasher man guys are basically the Mega Man sprites, you know, but I changed them. These are more like freestyle, but I don't know. I was really happy.
They're your own.
Yeah.
You're not just limited now. You're doing your own. And I'm amazed how well things come through with what you do. It's amazing to me. Honestly, I'm like, dang, he's doing this with like a few pixels. That's mind blowing to me, to be able to take something.
It's very tricky to have the character and like any expressions come through. And I'm very happy that it worked. It took a long time actually to get Bill's expression right, I think, on this one. Yeah, it was really hard to do.
And his red butt cheeks.
Yeah. I was literally smiling the whole time I was making it. It was very fun.
So funny. Dave, I love Peter Gabriel. I went to his concert maybe half a year ago or less. I have always loved Peter Gabriel because I remember Sledgehammer video and it was like, holy shit, this is the best thing ever. And ever since then,
Hammer.
it's the video. It's got those dancing chickens.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it's just such an amazing video. So I've continued to love him. What do you like? Oh. What? Dave, what's going on over here? What is that?
On the
Neal.
8th.
On the 8th. Where?
It on that one. It's actually he's got like the cod piece on. The hippie dick one.
I was like, wait a minute.
The hippie dick one he is exposed, honestly, but
I can't wait to see this scene because this really is a scene in this movie. Right? Exactly. That's beautiful, John. John is such a wordsmith.
Sirloin, master of meats, ruler of roast. That is very good.
He is a master wordsmith. It's so true. Oh my God, you people. I'm thrilled about the I'll push my tiredness a little tiny bit. I enjoy. Because you two, I still don't like Dave. I didn't mean to imply that once I was blind and now I see. I don't like you two now as well.
Oh,
so I'm not a YouTube person.
For a minute, I thought you don't like you as well, like you too.
They don't have to like me. I don't hate them as humans.
Like you too, as UTOO. I was like, whoa, what's happening? I did. I was like, what's happening? But then I got it. Should I show the rest of these real quick? These the shorts. I feel bad that I showed a couple.
Where are they?
The rest of the shorts that we'll be playing this weekend.
Oh yeah, yes. I'm glad that came up. Absolutely.
What is so this? We may live. A frightened little girl tries to find a safe place to hide when scary things come out at night.
Oh, I think this is a great poster. It's just hard with the black background, but it's cool. Yeah. It looks like a file box, maybe.
Yeah, it's like a box. I think it's actually a puzzle and a few things. And then there's a hand like coming out.
I see the hand part.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's hard on the small thing here. Beware of D. Beware of D. A trio of women en route to a concert find themselves in jeopardy when they run out of gas and end up on the ominous auto wrecking yard with a witch problem.
What is this demon dude in there?
He's the D.
The demon. I actually didn't notice the demon at first, but I'm losing my sight. So, wildlife nightmare.
A short PSA about animal cruelty. Donate to the Humane Society to end animal cruelty. And this is by our friend Richard Bergen.
Really? Interesting.
Did Fang. Yes.
Interesting. I'm scared. I am. I'm afraid. Does he eat meat?
That's it. I don't know. Actually.
Because it's not like he said donate to PETA, which would be fine. But I'm scared about that. We'll see what happens. Garden sequence.
A woman walks through a garden with the increasing sound of bees, also by Richard.
Interesting. I like how he has animal themes. Ooh.
Blood waters. A bathtub full of blood, a mysterious hand, a woman discovers it. Now that is a great blurb.
That is not pleasant to look at.
It's not.
It seems super gross to me more than other things. Down clown 2.
I think it's down to clown.
Down to clown. All right. That makes more sense.
A grisly tale of two young lovers who unwillingly meet their deepest fear. Timeless parable and direct-to-VHS rolled in a slice of bologna.
I like how they put creases in their poster art.
Yeah, it's very cool. And I like that their company name is Bad Hombre Films.
Oh my God, I'm in love already. Hey, do I recognize any of these people?
Well, actually, I believe Sophia is was the DP, director of photography. Sophia Cassiola.
Yes, this is okay.
Demon
I'm sold. There's a
for
Muppet.
Hire.
It's a great Muppet.
It is. It's. I've seen this one actually play at several festivals, so I was very happy they sent this in. Sully is a little slice of hell who finds himself on our plane of existence with a quota of souls to corrupt before he can go home. With a schnoz that can smell trouble 3 dimensions away, the best way to do that is as a private eye. But when A.B. Lovegood walks in his office, the tingle in his short and pricklies tell him his existence is about to go through a shift of hellish proportions. And I do have actually very sad news here, though. Director and writer Travis Hierman was in a really bad car accident and is in a coma currently.
Oh no! Wow, when did that happen?
Just recently.
Oh my God, that's terrible. Wow.
So, hopefully things go well for Travis.
Yeah.
We actually have a trio of these. We have Krampus 2, 3, and 4. I believe we played Krampus 1 at a previous one. And Matthew Mark Hunter sent in the next 3, Krampus 2, 3, and 4. This one's 3, going out of order here. But Krampus 3, Hell Awakens. Lexi writes a letter to Santa to handle her sister after she rips up her old one. Santa hands the letter off to Krampus, where the hell will awake for these kids in this Christmas horror short.
Whoa. That's a neat little dude.
That is. Looks almost handmade, doesn't it?
Do you remember? I just have this memory of they were just like that from when we would have been super, super little, and they were like bendy too.
Yeah, definitely.
It was like that, and they were a little bendy. Oh my God, that's like from my deep, deep childhood.
I wonder if it is one like just kind of made up a little bit, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow. Let's have like weird.
Cult members make an old toy maker create a demon puppet. He names Krampus to bring forth the full power of Krampus. Krampus must feast on the lives of children. Will he claim all the kids he needs, or are they strong enough to fight back?
Wow.
Krampus
how frequently did these come out? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think they were over time. I don't know if he did one every year, because part of our rules is as long as we've never played it before, you can send it in. It's fine to me if it's older.
Yeah.
A babysitter and 2 kids are visited by Krampus and his terror toys. The kids try to fight back against trains, dolls, nutcrackers, robots, Christmas trees, bears, lights, elves,
Holy shit.
deers, clowns, and Krampus himself.
Oh my god.
That sounds
damn.
fun.
That's a lot.
So you think
What?
Christmas
What is this title?
Electric Nazi Werewolf Santa from the Moon.
My brain is trying to grapple with this in my imagination. I don't know what the, like, if we talk about like alignment, like what is this, a villain? I would hope a Nazi would be a villain.
I would think so.
But then it's Santa, and Santa's, I don't consider Santa to be a villain.
No.
I like werewolves, but they probably are villains. I don't know. This is just madness. I'm so curious what's going to happen here.
Plus, he's from the moon.
I know. That's really up in the air.
This is from our friend,
I don't know.
Troy Olke, who did a bunch of shorts at our last one, which were very fun. He did the Psycho one.
Oh,
remember when he
that
was
really
the
good?
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that was really good.
Just a real quick. I don't think you even need a write-up with that title. This is the Christmas Eve of Destruction.
Wow.
It's funny, we have a lot of Christmas-themed ones.
I like this image.
A 2020 Christmas story. As if 2020 wasn't bad enough already.
It doesn't even look 2020. It looks very stylized to be old.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Good point.
Yeah.
Shroomed.
Whoa. What is this? Oh my god. The more I look at it, the more I see. All these like insane mushroom beings everywhere. This is that shit crazy image.
It is. And there is a Slasher Man shirt of this, actually.
Really?
It's on Amazon, yes.
Oh.
I made
There's a little bunny dude in there too.
Oh yeah, there's a bunny here in the middle.
Yeah.
So this was streaming on Troma Now, and I believe its run has ended on Troma Now, so it is now the creators decided to send it in to Severed Limbs.
Cool.
Nick looking for the new batch of shrooms with red dots. It's all it says.
Red dots. So it looks like troubles on the horizon for these people.
Long time without your head member here, Shannon Wallen is in it.
I thought I recognized that person. All right, man.
Fish out of water.
This is a beautiful poster.
For people who listen to our interview with Kirsten Cathew, who made Polaris, this is the original short film that inspired the feature.
Wow, it's beautiful. And I love that red. It's like, I don't know, it looks like blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not,
but it's very pretty and it's not gory at all. But it implies more. This is very beautiful.
An environmental horror about a woman who trawls for fish and catches more than she angles for. This is really good. I was glad that was. I love this poster. The Witch's Necklace.
Bruja, yes.
Yeah, so that's the Spanish title of Collar de la Bruja.
Awesome.
Lulu and Angelica go into an abandoned house to wander. It is said to be a haunted place, and between Lulu's jokes, they find an ancient necklace that could have serious consequences.
Cool.
This does remind me of something earlier today. It's very nice to get this email. We just had him on the show, one of the co-director of Blair Witch Project, Eduardo Sanchez.
Yes.
Making a new movie. And,
nice.
They wanted us, Without Your Head, to watch it and do some interviews. And I was like, yes, we are very interested.
That is awesome and exciting. Hooray. That is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
I feel very flattered. That's awesome.
I as well.
Thank you.
The Big Bad. This sounds very fun. A twisted retelling of the Three Little Pigs through the eyes of a woman hell-bent on revenge against those who did her harm.
This is super cool. I love this too. There's so many great posters here. I love it. All the different like window looking spaces and leg ham. Is there part of a ham not ham?
I don't know if there's, I don't know. Leg ham, loin, ribs, bacon.
Yeah. Now I want to know more about ham. What's your favorite part? Is that gross to think about?
Well,
like, what's your favorite body part on this wonderful animal?
Unfortunately, pigs are very delicious, I have to admit. Bacon, I mean, it's hard not to say I love bacon. I'm also a huge fan of ribs, but I mean, ham's really good too, and the pork loin. So it's a hard one for me. I guess I'm just gonna say bacon, but I like all of them. I like pretty much. I've never had a head or jowls. I don't know
up the street from me, like maybe 20 minutes away, there's a restaurant and they serve like that pig head. It's a Mexican restaurant, and they like give you the pig. I haven't done this, but they give you the pig head.
Yeah.
And then you get some kind of like chip and you just scrape off the face and eat it.
I bet it's good, but I would feel weird with the head just sitting there looking at me.
It's just so. It's not something. I bet it is wonderful, but it is not, I guess, like culturally for myself, and I'm assuming for you as well. It's just not something I've done before.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the chat.
My family's originally from Pennsylvania, and they had a butcher shop. My great grandparents, and then like my great uncle. I don't know what they're called. But anyway, I never had it, but they made head cheese.
This is why you like Motel Hell and Texas Chainsaw so much. It's like in your blood.
Yeah, it's pretty. It is pretty rocking. Breadcrumbs. A twisted retelling of Hansel and Gretel through the eyes of a tired father, played by past mistakes. These are both made by the same folks.
All right, so I'm curious about, like, I get that the hands are from that Michelangelo painting of like Adam and God. I don't remember the title of it. It's a big deal painting. Everybody knows Sistine Chapel. Yeah. I want to know more.
Yeah, it's a curious connection there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I get the idea of a father through that, but I need to know more. Ooh.
Monsters. After murdering her husband, Felicia somehow winds up in the home of Catherine, a strange lady who lives isolated from society, unable to leave due to poor weather. Felicia is forced to stay for the night.
Yeah, it sounds like me. I'm the strange woman on this street.
I believe that is all the shorts.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And you said there's trailers too.
Yeah, so I can grab them here if you would like.
You're not going to play them all, are you?
No, I can just show the
that.
Like.
Yeah, sure.
For some reason, it doesn't matter. But I made a folder on the Facebook, but it didn't take my title, and it just says the date on it for some reason. But it's not a big deal. Darla Cara. There's a killer in a little countryside town who rapes and disfigures young women's faces. Local police arrest someone, and a teacher meets a mysterious woman in the woods way back home.
Wow. That's a really wild how there's like a shift going on with the image. Yeah. It's
almost like
it almost looks like something 3D. That would be 3D. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if you could see it with 3D glasses.
That's a good question.
I'm so curious. I have some near me.
Morphe. Where does that cry come from? That's all it says about it.
So swirly. It's watercolory. It makes me think about one of those boxes that candy comes in, like the Valentine boxes.
Mm-hmm. But it's like real.
It looks like
real
food.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say. It looks like food. Maybe I'm just hungry. Ouch.
Por favor. Por favor, no me
abandones.
Please don't abandon me. In the last years, Helena has been living a happy life with Jesus, her boyfriend, but she has a dark and problematic past dealing with drugs and emotional issues. When she discovers something that makes her think the relationship will end, an avalanche of insecurities, anxiety, and mental instabilities provoke a violent outburst that changes everything. Regular life at home and at work doesn't seem to be easy when a crime has occurred.
Interesting. I'm always like, this looks like the era of, like, kind of is like the Christine cover-ish, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious.
Yeah, so this is an older short from 2010, but we're just playing the trailer. But it's thought to be a lost trailer. Shannon sent this to me. Broken Spring, Shine of the Undead, Zombie Bastards. That's a hell of a name. Never before seen, thought to have been destroyed, ultra rare trailer for the award-winning cult movie Broken Springs, Shine of the Undead, Zombie Bastards.
It's cool.
And we will actually be showing the feature film at an upcoming Saturday Fright.
Nice.
Shannon and
Very
Nearly
nice.
Lost is going to let us play it. Unseen.
Shroud and Shadows is an unseen killer. So the killer being the hand behind the blood print.
Mm-hmm. In the aftermath of it,
too.
What was that? Sorry,
I'm just noticing that there's like cool effects on whatever this. It looks like maybe they did plexiglass and roughed it up. Mm-hmm. It's cool.
In the aftermath of an unknown disaster, a mentally unstable man attempts to satisfy his conscience while tormenting a woman with an abusive past.
Corn zombies. It's a corn zombie.
Much different vibe than the last one. We have Attack of the Corn Zombies. Lynn Lowry's in this.
Yeah? Sweet.
Yeah, I see your name there. Sweet.
Oh, cool.
Attack of the Corn Zombies. In 1969, contaminated corn causes a zombie outbreak in a small Midwest town. Isolated and surrounded, a group struggles to survive the hordes to live another day.
I mean, I could see like they're spraying the corn with pesticides, and maybe that's part of that. I don't know, but I love the name. I can't take it seriously, but I love it. Oh, Fang. That's a great poster.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen it zoomed in like that before. It's cool.
Yeah, very nice. Our buddy Richard Bergen's The Fang, will be just showing the trailer. After living with the stress of his mother's chronic illness and getting bitten by a rat in his house, a young autistic man starts slowly turning into a rat. The movie is now streaming on Tubi and Amazon Prime, I believe.
Watch it. That description is very brief. It does not do justice to the movie. Like you have to keep the description brief, but it's really, I love that movie.
Demon Hunter Time to Kill, says former guest Lisa Wilcox, Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. On the hunt to find the pieces of a medallion that can end the demonic control over Earth, Taryn is forced to go through time to save the future. Interesting. She's got a katana.
The two lights. So is that also supposed to be like vehicle lights?
It does look like a car, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. She looks like she's kind of on a track. Maybe it's a train. I don't know. I don't know. Ooh,
Scribbles from the Crypt, a journal of terror. Experience the chilling depths of horror as Carmela introduces Scribbles from the Crypt, a journal of terror featuring 4 bone-chilling stories. Each tale delves into the darkest corners of human nature.
This is another one that's got like very great 80s vibe to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, I would totally, if I was just out and about in my life, winding down for the evening and I was putting on some horror movies, some like goofy 2B old horror movies, I'd be like, yeah, this is the one. I want to check this out.
Yeah. Oh, this has Heather Harlow in it.
Oh, nice. Is that her like near the bottom?
I think you're right. The second from the bottom there, yeah.
Good for her. She's doing really well.
Yeah, she's in tons of stuff.
Yeah. Oh my God. I know who's involved in this one.
Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back. A special performance by Leonard Uncle Leo Cooper, who is played by Todd Yeager. Welcome you to the world of Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back. Features film by director Jamie Robert McDougall.
Toilet Baby. What's going on with the original Toilet Zombie Baby?
I don't know. He's striking back now.
Was Toilet Zombie Baby ever just Toilet Baby?
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe the prequel, he's just the toilet baby. And then the prequel, then they do a prequel to that, he's just baby.
I have so many dark things in my mind right now that I'm not going to say out loud. They're like truly dark about this story. I'll let it be because I think this is supposed to be fun.
Daylight to Dark with Tuesday Night. A brother and sister stranded in an isolated town are beset upon by vampires and meet the cowboy vampire hunter who aims to slay them.
Looks like a book cover of like
that.
90s era book cover.
Especially with like the dots here.
Yeah.
That's weird that both similar see color themes. The Gifted. After years of causing pain to others, Barbara's only hope is to confess her sins to a mysterious priest and his undead assembly.
Undead assembly. My goodness, that doesn't sound like a good place to be. That's cool. I like
Jennifer
it. It's
Pearl,
Celtic.
Yeah, Jennifer Pearl. We actually met at Renegade Film Festival.
Oh, Jennifer Pearl. Which person was she?
I have a picture.
Where would I
her.
have seen her? In the party area or the actual film area?
Probably both. She was. She's in a Vanessa, to Write movie that we played on one of the shows.
I'm gonna find her because I feel bad. I'm terrible with names.
Invasion of the 1950s B-movie narration. A fake trailer for a 1950s style monster movie which only uses the narrative cliches of a man talking about science, newspaper headlines, and stock footage by Severed Limbs alumni Andrew Buckner.
An Andrew Buckner mess. Nice. Oh.
Beyond Terror. Trailer for upcoming horror film Beyond Terror, which centers around the cannibalistic entity, the Wendigo.
Does that say Wendigo? It says it's intentionally Wendigo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not Wendigo, like the actual. This is the Wendigo.
And this is by our boy Andre Van.
Nice.
Andre V, our friend, colleague here. It looks amazing that I've seen this trailer. Well, I've seen all these trailers, but this trailer is really
very talented.
I'm really looking
person.
forward to seeing the feature.
Very talented.
And monsters we talked about, but we're playing the. They also said in the trailer. So.
Oh. Ooh.
The Dead of Night. Now this is a very professional looking.
That was very spooky.
Yeah, it's very well made. A horror anthology featuring 8 visions of horror from 8 filmmakers out of South Texas by Jacob Grimm, who we met at Texas Frightmare and has had on the show.
Oh dang, man! Texas Frightmare is a long time ago.
It was the first when we went. We saw his movie at the time was playing. We went to it, and then we had him on the show. He's just a good guy.
I need to find out. I'm gonna look in your things and then seek people out.
Deadly revisions to the director's cut. International genre favorite Bill Oberst Jr. plays an amnesiac horror writer who becomes trapped in his own nightmare as terrifying images emerge that may or may not be memories, madness, or both. Remembering can be murder.
That's interesting.
And that is all the
like the mess with your mind movies. Dang. We're at the this has been the show. It's been good.
Let's say I really enjoy all this. So we had sirloin, master meats, rule of roast, the proprietor of pork, the cultivator of kielbasa, the lamenter of lamb, the champion of chops, the shalanger of shawarma, chairman of the chicken bone, the purveyor of pig's feet, and the friar of falafel. Oh, we have more. The harbinger of hummus, the tyrant of tofu. He got
John wasn't done. He's got another one or two. No wait, it keeps going.
The harasser of the ham bone, violator of the veal.
Veal, yeah. Oh my goodness.
All right, that's good. I love that. You guys rule. I'm gonna have to send that clip over to Todd.
Yes.
Todd's 13 will actually be up as its own show as well.
Nice.
Send it to me. He's got a little added stuff of some ones that he missed for his honorable mentions, so it'll be very fun. It's not as long as our show is 4 hours, but it's like a 35-minute video. I'll be getting that up very soon.
Cool. Very cool. Todd's a good guy.
It's been a hell of a show. I'm so glad the ladies of End Zone 2 got to talk about the movie.
Yeah, they were great.
It was really a great experience making the movie.
Yeah.
And we all, lived together for a week. Made this movie.
Yeah,
ate
awesome.
together. Drank coffee. I was in charge of the coffee.
Oh, what does that mean? You have to make it? You're like,
I just made some coffee, but
man.
I made sure we always had some because I drink a lot of coffee myself. Yeah,
so you're really looking out for yourself, is what you're trying to tell me.
Well, no, all of them wanted coffee throughout the day that while I'm performing. And originally, I was going to be the cook, and then Maiya ended up being the cook, which I was happy about.
Yeah,
really good food.
Hmm.
We usually had to make 2 different things because there's a lot of vegans there as well.
Oh, makes sense. Please the masses.
The Casket Rats are going to play us out, our music of the month.
Good stuff.
I don't know who's going to be on next week. Randy Heller from Destroy All Neighbors once on. So does the writer who was watching our interviews on YouTube, and
awesome.
So maybe we'll have them on. I would like to get Catherine on. We'll figure it all out.
I feel so bad. I need to see Catherine perform sometime because she does perform publicly. Mm-hmm. I'm terrible. But I still think she's amazing. She's so talented. She's got a great story to tell. I'm not even going to bring it up until she's on the show. It's such a great story.
All right. I'll get in touch with her. Catherine, come on the show. Maybe that would be good music a month down the road too. I know we already have one for next month.
Yeah, that would be very cool.
Maybe in March.
Well,
all right.
There's plenty of months coming.
Yeah, there's 12 of them actually every year.
There's more. Yeah, exactly. There's many. That's a weird like ASMR thing, dude.
What's this?
Yeah, it's like, and then you just have to make like weird sounds. Is this making any kind of sound?
I don't know. not very pleasant. But it did make us sound. All right. Oh, by the way, Todd, thank you. Actually, I was trying to get this. I think I'm gonna need a I don't know, show address. I need to get a frame.
Aha.
Because I was putting up. I was afraid it's just gonna fall. So I get a little nice little frame for it, and we'll
very good. Very good.
Till next week. This is Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
This is without
your head.
And when the beat is done, time to have some fun at our final destination. Hey! All right.